I'm trying through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon. Hey, Brian. Oh, Volga. Nope, not that. Look like I just stepped off my bass boat. Why? Because my hat has a fish on it? It is my fishing hat. School's going good. Yeah, I didn't get to meet this teacher yet, which I don't like, but otherwise it's going good. Oh, you're too small. What up, what up? Only assistant teacher? They want me to go to work to be a classroom aide, but I just I can't do it. Doesn't pay enough. Hey, hardcore. It's too small. My resume is very broad. Handsomest streamer that plays Russian Fishing 4. This is too small. End resume. Oh wait, I could add have my own child and she's survived 9 years. That's a pretty big selling point to working with kids. Oh, just made it. Turtle-tastic. Lead. I don't think this is necessarily the best use of my bait fish, but it's the easiest way to get rid of them in a hurry and not have to worry about them just going bad. Fulgazander just aren't worth much. I don't think I fished it. No, I slept all day. Yeah, I slept till like 5. It was tight. What are you getting all them bleaks for, Led? Bleak's a bad bait. You might as well just send him to me. Worthless, honestly. A perch? All that work for a goddamn perch? They really should fix this ledge here. Super annoying. Oh, you can't even use them as bait yet? Can you squish them yet? Or not even squish them? If you can squish them, I'll gladly take whatever ones you squish in exchange for sex. Hey, Weddy, I was thinking about you earlier. How you doing, bud? Thanks for the 84 months. I'm only laughing because like I wasn't necessarily thinking about you in a good way. I was trying to do some deep memory dives on like certain events that took place in my life, and yeah, it led to some memories about you. So I'm giggling because I was like, man, I said that like I was thinking about him in like the nicest possible way, and really, it you know. Is that Picard? The tiniest Picard? Living, man. I guess. Thanks for you're welcome. I felt like it was important to let you know that I wasn't thinking about you in the most positive light. Not like you're a bad person, just not like the best memories. The truest of memories, though. You know, the realist. Yeah, it had to be a fishing pun. What have you been up to? What are you playing? You gaming? Have you made contact with the developer of My Summer Car yet? To get sweet early access to my winter car? Turtle-tastic, thanks for the 28 months. He took all your line? That bastard. Oh, 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 oh. How you doing, RKT? I have another guy who's like very similar RKY with numbers, and every like 3 months of seeing him, I go, that's not RKT, right? That's not him. Another like, why am I being honest about this moment? But there you are. There's a 2-player co-op mod. God, dude, do they have like a demolition derby mode? You can invite me to co-op anything, anytime. What is the drawback of casting at max? Nothing. You have to reel in a long way. The fish might be closer. Yeah, there might not. I mean, yeah, that's like casting in general, though. Fish might not be where you cast, regardless of how far you cast, but the thing about fish, oh, 125%, that has to do with energy. You can't always cast that far. That's basically a bonus for having good energy and like health and hunger. Virtual patience. It's not that patient, but yeah. I did try that new fishing game. It's the worst fishing game ever created. Yeah, so like the 100 over 100% is the bonus of you're taking care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, you can't cast over 100%. Hey, Dark. Damn, these dinky Volgas eating all my good bait. It's not Ladoga. I'm burning through my bleaks. I don't think they'll eat the other ones, though. Do loaches live here? Is this Siberia? Fuck no. I caught one sterlet on a white bream, but only one. That white bream's too heavy. So realistically, you accidentally catch yourself with a hook. The most common time I catch myself with a hook is unhooking a fish. You're going to unhook the fish, and the asshole flip-flops around and hooks you. I once had a decent-sized fish, say yay big, and I'm unhooking it, and he flopped, and the hook went all the way through my thumb. And now I've got the fish under my arm, still hooked to the hook, and also hooked to my thumb. So in order to get the fish off, I had to first get my thumb off. This sounds sexual now. Anyway, we got off. I don't hook myself very often casting or anything like that, though. Other people do. If you're fishing in a boat with more than one person, that's at hazard. I was fishing with a rig the other day that has a weight on the bottom of the line, and then the hook is further up the line. And I overhand casted, and I hear tonk, and I literally knocked the hat off a kid's head in the back of my boat, and he was like an 11-year-old child. He almost got an ounce of lead to the chin. It is real good to stick into skin. It serves its purpose. Oh, little fish. And he plopped right on this. Oh. Did he get his finger back? Which finger was it? I might have just let the shark have it if it was like a ring finger. I need my pinkies for when the inside of my ear itches, but my ring fingers I could do without. It's this stupid, there's a big deep hole in front of me, and it's such a sharp sheer cliff that when you're reeling back you actually snag the fish in your gear on the damn edge of the ground. That's not a Xander. It's a stinking perch. I guess I could do without a middle finger, though. Yeah, I could still jack off. I could just move down to the ring finger. Full grip. Yeah, but you have like that well, every dick's created differently. But like my hand and my dick, they have a bond. And, you know, I know the certain grip I appreciate using on my cock. Without my middle finger, that might be tough. I'm not gonna turn my hand. I'm 34 years old. You don't need to like give me tips to masturbate. I've been doing it for 2 decades. I've got me solved. If I got off any faster, that's it. That's all I need to say. I never savor the moment, dude. I just get through with it. I'm really just looking for the endorphin release to sleep. Personally, like one of the weirdest things about me and masturbation is when I'm sick, I can be like deathly fucking ill. Throwing up, coughing, all of it, right? But dude, that 48 seconds I'm jacking off, all my symptoms go away. Pure relief. Then you got the double down depression of my sick symptoms are back and I just did a naughty. Probably endorphins or adrenaline or something. Other people I've talked to don't have the same side effect. They just don't do it when they're sick. You should play the flute, dude. Maybe it'll help. Other day, Justin and I made like a joke agreement on Twitter that if either of us hadn't jacked off for X amount of days, we'd, help each other out. But now every time I come, I think I need to message Justin and say, hey man, restart the clock. Which is a weird thing to immediately think about your friend after coming, every time you come. Couldn't play the skin flute either, really. Yeah, it's like a days without a work injury. See, that's why you come quickly. I have some friends that make it a whole fucking shindig. 2 hours of fucking off, finding the perfect video. Just gave up on masturbation? That's pretty tight. Done in 10 seconds? Maybe. I haven't watched them. I've just heard them explain their routine. The Volgazand aren't as good today. Yet last night I came here for a minute before I went to bed and they were hot. I don't remember how I checked the weather. Here? Yeah. It's cloudy then though. Oh, it's not going to be cloudy for a long time. Just too lazy to Omega Nut? Don't believe in it. And I definitely don't believe I'd ever achieved that kind of thing on my own. That's for damn sure. That line is all so fucked up. Just gonna throw this thing out there with a random ass red worm on it. It is free. Yeah. It's insane, dude. It's like, especially comparing it to that fishing game that just, that's what got me playing again. This fishing game just came out that everyone was all excited about. It was hot garbage, cost $30. This is free. Yeah, you can fucking, 3 bottom rods, bobbers, spinning, trolling. You can do it all, man. Quite a few lakes. Never enough lakes. Leaderboards, chat rooms. A bonkers number of fish. Look at this. Look at this. So many fish. These are all the fish. It's all European though, so like no bass fishing, a lot of things you're familiar with. It's all European freshwater fishing. Absolute passion project. They we were even talking about this last night. Like, so there's a subscription service that gives you like reasonable bonuses that are pretty decent. I forgot I'm on my happy hour right now. Oh yeah, crafting, lures, cooking, eating, digging up your own bait. I think that, making your own ground baits, which is like chum for Americans. But yeah, you don't have to pay the subscription service to play it. Literally, you can play this entirely for free. They have a buy gold thing, but like I truly believe in my heart of hearts that they have set the gold prices at such ridiculous amounts that they're trying to dissuade the average gamer from buying it. Instead of just trying to make instead of just trying to cash in. Because if they... I was going to go look really quick, but... Like, there's very, very few of us, and even my viewers that I know spend a ton of money on microtransactions don't spend money on this because it's just not a good deal. The best reel in the game. It wouldn't be that one, it'd be this one. It's 158 gold, which... it's like a $300 reel. So they have like but the monthly system is $15. Which is an incredibly fair monthly price. So it really feels like they're trying to keep people from the average Joe from just being like, oh, for $2 I can buy a cool rod and reel. Fuck no, you're gonna spend 6 hours grinding it out the hard way. Cause even I'm wasting my happy. I don't care about my happy hour. No, you do not get gold for the subscription. You get bonus experience and some perks in the game, like more hotkey slots and what's called happy hour, which is like a bonus once a day for crafting. But even like a cheap reel, like where is it? They've added so many reels. It's like this is pretty much the middle of the road reel you just got going. You're just getting serious about the game. Is 28 gold, which is still like $40, right? The first upgrade kit or upgrade reel. Okay, so yeah, like the first upgrade reel that you can earn in like 5 hours, or not even 5 hours, like 3 hours of playing, is still like a few bucks. So yeah, it really feels like they're trying to make money off people that are really dumb and filthy rich, but not abuse the microtransaction of system of. They want this game to last. They want it to have a player base and it to be here, and it has been. I've been playing it. It's been one of my top 3 stream games for like the last 3 years. This will be 4 years. Why is that line 9 million miles down the river? Because there's a fish on it. But yeah, the things in the game, like the premiums option, which gives extra inventory slots, affordable. Repairs, which save you in-game time, super affordable. But when it comes to skipping the grind, they go, no, you're gonna fucking pay for that, motherfucker. Listen. And I like that. I said that yesterday. Makes me very happy about them. So I don't buy into microtransactions often. But sometimes when I feel like it's gonna save me like an annoyance on stream or something like that, I will. So I think if I was 100 silver short of something once in a while, I probably would drop $1 here and there and end up spending $200 on the game. But thankfully, that option's not here. They did say at some point in the recent past that the next lake may not be in Russia. I've said since like day one of getting, like when I finally figured out how good this game was, if they would have just not named it Russian Fishing 4, it would be so much easier to sell to people. Because Russian Fishing 4 just sounds like a goddamn joke. And Russian Fishing 1, 2, and 3 have like no actual existence. They're like browser-based bullshits. So it's not like there's some big audience they were attempting to pull from. 1, 2, and 3 existed, just in a completely different form. As an American that spends his time on the internet, I recognize that we're a giant meme, and there are like a lot of things that if I were to say it, people would be like, lol, American, like feet. And I have to wonder if these devs weren't as self-aware of the meme that is Russia. The most annoying part of streaming this game is the, like, 6 dudes a night who come in and... What are you fishing with, dynamite? Hand grenades? AKs? Did the fish catch you? Vodka? While I respect their... Because it's the truest title you could possibly have in a video game. Because it is just fishing in Russia. Hence the name Russian Fishing. It felt like a bad marketing choice. And even when people ask me, like, Richard, what's the best fishing game? I have to say, well, between Fishing Planet and Russian Fishing 4. I know which one I would have chose had I were given those 2 options. Most of us, that's like a real jig step, bud. But most of us just do like a couple of high-speed retrieves, pause, high-speed retrieve, pause. Like I'm doing here. For most of us, turn up to like 40 to something, somewhere in there, depending on the speed of your reel. Reel twice, 2 revolutions on the handle, pause for 3 seconds. 2 revolutions on the handle, pause for 3 seconds. Cool thing with this game, again, talking about how neat it is all of the techniques can be accomplished by the way the bait moves. So if you can come up with a different way to do it, like in a boat or lifting and dropping, there's all different ways. I see a lot of people have changed how they walk the dog to some weird retrieval method too, instead of doing it the right way. The problem with jig stepping, though, is anytime your bait loses bottom contact, like climbing a slope or going down and sometimes dropping off an edge, you'll lose your prompt. I don't think that's easier at all, hardcore. I think that's so much harder. Also, some techniques don't work on certain rods, which is realistic as well, but annoying. It's stuck on that fucking edge again. It's gonna pop off. Yeah, no, Led asked about jig stepping, no hardcore, that's why I'm discussing the topic. Yeah, really soft rods, I have not been able to figure out how to walk the dog, and I've tried every technique I've been suggested. Current also makes some techniques difficult. Again, jig step. Lighter baits in current don't fall fast enough to get a jig step. Sometimes you can get the jig step for a while when you're working with the current, and then not at all when you're working against the current. Again, though, that's pretty realistic because a lot of fishing is figuring out how to make a technique work in the water you're in. I'm fishing a river tomorrow, so I had to readjust all my gear to accommodate current. Hell yeah, I love that sound. I'm tempted to find somewhere else to feed these bleak. The Volga really are bad right now. Maybe try donuts. I've never been able to get the whitefish on bleak. It's probably just slow. That rod started jingling when I was walking away. Did you say you don't have a good ultralight hardcore? Maybe that wasn't you. Somebody was saying they were going to buy a new ultralight. Because, man, that's the annoying part about ultralights. Oh, you don't? All the reels have such slow retrievals that, like, all the techniques become really obnoxious to accomplish. Is that a burbot? That is my level, yeah. 9 million experience, I'm almost there. $30K is like a top tier ultralight, ain't it? Oh, you're gonna get the low profile one? Yeah. Those might be better than the spinning bait casts or spinning ultralights because this thing is just so slow. It's mostly that fucking rod, isn't it? I know with spinning reels, the 1 to 5 gram rods are, yeah, 20K for the rod, yeah. The best 1 to 5 gram rod is so expensive. But do it. Don't get the 1 to 4 gram. Because there are just so many 5 gram lures that are good, especially topwater. Oh, and jigging. I'm like a couple grams light of using better hooks, so I lose a lot of fish jigging with my ultralight because I can't use high quality hooks because they're too heavy. I fucked that jig step all up. I'm gonna go throw my bleaks at something else. How much is the ultralight telestick? The top ultralight telestick? Eight's 10. I need to buy another carp rod before I buy anything else silly. I don't have 3 carp rods, which is why I never fish with 3 bottom rods, because I don't have any points in feeder. Yeah, they're just not high enough value. Alright, old tuba. You keep letting me down lately, but I keep coming back. Go waste an hour not catching fish. The bellow spot was still down here, wasn't it? Or has it moved hardcore? Last known bellow spot? Oh, I sold those perch I was gonna squish. Damn it. Well, give me. I don't believe in all that shit as much as the internet does. What is the last known one? You know your last known one? The last one you know. I'll go there. I think the bellow spot just is always in a non-stop state of moving throughout the day, and that's why. That's not helpful. One year ago, so it could be hot again. Yeah, that's the one I thought. I just want to do some float fishing while I leave some bait fish in the water. That's my plan. I always think I want to do that. Then I'm staring at my bobber for 30 seconds. Chat makes me nervous. Maybe I'll try this corner hole first. I don't think I've ever seen whitefish in that corner. don't think I've ever fished that hole. Is there ever anything exciting out of this? I feel like I never see anyone talk about it. It's always this one and down here. In the wilderness of the islands. Is it Caspian brown? I caught one there the other day on the top side of it, actually. Will they eat a bait fish? I can't throw that far, though. Yeah, the 5-meter spot is always a fine spot. It's like a 50-meter club. Yeah, I don't think I can quite throw 50 meters. That's the second weekly whitefish record. There must be a spot. You got like 30 minutes to get on it before it's gone. Such a long drive down here. Oh my god, I'm still not there. I used to fish sterlets, I think, here way back in the day, years ago. Yeah, throwing across. And then randomly get broke off what I assume was a big sturgeon. They upped the price of regular zander too within the last couple years, didn't they? Because that used to be the problem over here fishing bleaks, was zanders would eat all your fucking bait and they're not worth shit. Or did they just up the... I did, it's awful. Jester. Horrible. The worst fishing game ever created. And arguably not even really a fishing game. It's definitely not a fishing sim in any way, because it doesn't get fishing right. Reels don't work correctly in either of the functions they perform. Baits don't work in the way they're supposed to work. Your bass boat doesn't have a trolling motor, but it has brakes. Boats, brakes. Yep. I think it's like the brakes. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's just all this shit adds up on top that makes me very angry. The one that bugs me is how they got the drag mechanics of reels so wrong, because it's such an important part of fishing. The rod doesn't bend appropriately with the tension of the fish and stuff like that. It's just so far off. They managed to somehow make the water look worse in their fishing game than in their hunting game. It's this side, right, Hardcore? Maybe not, because I can't seem to get off on this side. 130, really? It's that far up the river? Oh, on the triangle-ish island? What? Casting into this little spot? I've never done that one before. Kind of makes sense, though, because it's... No. This... Oh, this is the triangle. Okay. I kind of want to do it from that other island. Does this oil drum look familiar? I can't see... Oh, yeah. This oil drum. That's the spot. That's a little too far down, I think, because I'm not... Unless I'm supposed to cast up. Like around a 21. We'll trust it. Yeah, it is a shame, but it gave me an excuse to play this game again, because I was promised a new fishing game. Alice is trying to talk me into getting a German Shepherd puppy. It's Call the Wild the Angler. Call the Wild the Hunter was a pretty decent game for a while. Probably is expensive. Plus, I just really don't want another puppy. I don't want a puppy or a dog. Yes, the puppy. Probably not. I live on a lake and there's just not a lot of room to let them out, so I have to walk them. It's a lot. I have 50-50 custody of my dogs as it is, and that's enough dog love for me. A beagle, best dog ever, except that the bark makes me want to die. Some people don't mind the beagle bark, but it is like the most painful dog bark on the planet. It literally makes my skin crawl. I'd rather have Pomeranians than a beagle. Yeah, I love my husky. He's a great dog, but like he needs more room than I have to ever get another one. Never heard of that dog, Len. I think I'd just get another mutt, personally. And not to be one of those people who's gonna judge you for buying a dog. I don't. Bigger fish to fry. But just because I've had good luck with mutts. And bonus, I feel good about it, you know? Like, that's a nice kicker. I feel good about a rescue. But dogs are a huge commitment. So I get, like, I understand wanting to buy a breed that you're comfortable with or confident. I understand the logic behind it. I don't instantly hate somebody for buying dogs. I know there are people out there like that. I had super reservations about adopting an adult dog because I was worried, mainly my kid, right? Like, I just didn't want it to turn out to be a fucking lunatic. But now we've done it twice, and they're the best two dogs I've ever owned. Maybe I'm just bad with puppies. It's gotta be somewhere around here that I can get into something. Something to keep my hands busy. Just let those bottom rods sit forever. Soak. I jumped the gun. It's gonna be like a perch or something, ain't it? A roach? Hey, I said something to keep my hands busy. Common roach it is. What a random place for a roach hotspot. I think that roach have spots, but they're also like the first fish that'll generate because your bait has spent too long somewhere without catching a fish. Like early game, I always found that if I started catching roach, I was just in a bad spot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But like this, when you're slamming them and they're all decent size, I'd say that's a roach spot. Early game though, I think they're an indicator. Either you're in the wrong spot or you're using the wrong bait, something along those lines. If you're just catching like one every 3 minutes type of deal. But yeah, no, this is a hole of roach. Roach all the way down. I could probably catch them without using an expensive bait like mayfly. Yeah, like there's trophy roach spots. That weird spot I was fishing on Ladoga yesterday, I only caught 2 roach, and they were both trophies. Fished it for like 3 hours. 2 roach, they were trophies. I caught a million other species though, like literally almost every species in the goddamn lake. Yeah, see, those are the scenarios I'm specifically talking about, I think, too, Led, where it's, like, not necessarily a bad spot, but the wrong bait. Make every noise under the sun. Well, it's specifically that, like, "Ow, ow, ow," it fucking just kills me, they do. That one just makes my fucking skin crawl. It sounds like they're in agony. Yeah, Ultimate Fishing, the first Ultimate Fishing simulator is pretty similar. No, they similar. Words are tough. They want the mayfly. They don't want the worm. How about a caddisfly? Wait. One of my bait fish finally went off. Which one? It's not huge. It looks like a whitefish, though. It's a whitefish. This has never worked for me. Yeah, I used to hunt coons with a guy and his dogs when I was a kid, and I don't know, man. Just never enjoyed the sound they made. Freaked me out. Uncomfortable sound. Wish I could find a spot around here that had like Kessler herring or black spines. Not just roach, but at least I have something to do. Hey, I can turn you into bait. I mean, maybe if I went, I don't know. I feel like depth and float fishing is my nemesis. I never know. One meter? Is that the key? Then two, do you ever go beyond that? Super shallow, 1 meter or bottom. Hmm. Yeah, I had good luck with bottom yesterday. This was my first time like float fishing directly off the bottom. Bottom's really tough to do in the current, unless you actually mean dragging it along the bottom. I forgot how to do. Oh. Oh! I have the wrong pull out. A fish. It feels like a Xander. It's rich ham. Just like the emote with a capital H in ham. Is that another whitefish? Friends, don't tell anybody. We caught two. They're small and probably not worth shit, but... I don't know how 1 kilogram fish put up anywhere near that much of a fight, but... Is it that deep close to shore? It is. Aw. That didn't feel like a roach. That's gonna be a big one, isn't it? It's still a roach. No, it's a small chub. I have small chub. Catch fish yet, RKT? I need to dig. This is probably the longest I've seen you play without catching a sturgeon hardcore. I wish I could find some herrings. All I'm finding is roaches. But I found 2 whitefish. That's a roach. Oh, you're gonna come steal my spot. You know that never works out for us. Oh, I actually might be running too big of a hook. No, I'm not. I'm running a tiny hook. I did try mayflies. It was roaches. but this is the only spot I've found that consistently catches fish while I wait forever for my bleaks to get eaten. I don't know where herring usually are. In my experience, I catch them on wacky worms deeper, but I haven't caught anything deeper here. Float fishing in this game in general, there's been so few times that I feel like I can find a good bite rate to make it enjoyable. Which is weird because, like, where I'm from, that's half the reason you float fish, is because you are fishing for schooling fish that you're going to be able to catch a lot of them. But, like, I've never found a school of herring. Even like pumpkin seed and stuff, I've never found a good spot for. Yeah, I'm almost, well, I'm at like 72% or something. 73. I want to get sandwich baits, because in my head that'll make me catch more fish with float fishing, but we both know I'm lying to myself. It's the copium to play more. Yeah, you're the float fishing master, and you still haven't taught me nothing. That wasn't a fish, that was me turning. I think they definitely carry. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I was gonna say if you look at like all the records for float fish, it's sandwich baits, but maybe that is more just those people float fish a lot. Yeah, so just the roach spot. It's the only spot that doesn't make me want to gouge my eyes out staring at a bobber. Oh, I didn't try this tiny bit of tree here. Damn, this river drops right off. What's this? That's not a roach, is it? It's a roach. Well, ooh, a different log. That looks like a roach. Alright now. Yeah, like the only float fishing I do is for bleak. And smelt. Hardcore, how deep are herring? 1 meter or bottom? Because those are apparently your only depth options you choose. 0.9. That's not a meter. You lied to me. Yeah, Tunguska has some really good float fishing. One of the best rivers, I think, for float fishing. There's all kinds of shit. I tried further out. Yeah, this whole shoreline is just roach. I think I'm going to rethrow this one since it hasn't had a single bite. Nope, I don't know that I cast that hard enough. Whatever, we'll try it. What's the worst thing that happens? It doesn't catch a fish, it already wasn't. I don't know, my outdated spots still catch fish. They may not catch the numbers they used to. Sometimes they do. But they still catch fish. But I don't chase after, like, a lot of the super rares. Is it still the go-to spot? Yeah. There was a moment where it sucked for me. Still fish. Ah, I've run out of food. Disaster. The weird part with this spot is I'm not catching, like, Xander and stuff. Normally when I throw bleak out here, the problem isn't that I'm not catching fish, it's I'm just catching a bunch of garbage. Instead, it's just 2 small whitefish. Nice gudgeons. I should buy a third carp rod. That way I can just yeet one extra bait out there somewhere random. Want a few? Can I use them here? I mean, I'll take whatever bait fish and find a use for them. I'll take them all. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna throw them all. If I gotta feed them to perch. Last night I caught 2 sterlets on white bream. And nothing else on white bream. I think bait fish is still surprisingly weak in this game. But I guess if it had the success of realistic bait fishing, it would be OP. My bell didn't just jingle, did it? I made that up when I was taking my headset off because I wanted it to jingle. This looks fishy as fuck. Too deep. Hell yeah, gudgeons. It is very weird that frogs last an eternity. And it makes you value them very little. I haven't had much luck with frogs. Not even pike or anything, really. I've caught a few, but nothing exciting. It's roaches, man. Everywhere you go, roaches. There's a bird that, or a couple of birds that bird together and kind of sound like a bell. No, that's a bell. That's definitely a bell. I don't want it to swim downriver. It acted like it was gonna try. I don't think it's massive. Might be bigger than I was just imagining. That run there felt kind of catfishy. Nice days. I think they changed catfish. I don't know if they ever, like, I don't ever read patch notes or anything. But I haven't had a catfish just do the old-fashioned sit in a long time. They used to legitimately just sit. Yeah, I didn't think they sat anymore. Yeah, like they sat so bad that IRL I would have cut my line assuming I had a log. They just didn't move at all. I remember my first fish that was so big that I couldn't reel it in. That was probably still one of my favorite fights to this day. A big ass pike on Corey. That I had to, like, just drive my boat over to pick it up off the top of the water after it tired itself to death. The grass carps early? They just ran really fast and far. I don't know that they were... They always came back. Plus, you had the ability to walk. Walking is amazing. There is no rod. What's this move? I've never seen this move, fish. The old... You humping another fish? Damn, that's a pretty hot gudgeon spot. Is that bobber or bottom? Yeah, bub. That was the days. Grass carp and black carp on Oldberg with your Lacardis. Some bottom too, yeah. Oh yeah, it was always two regular rods and one tater, because you felt like a lunatic. And then you'd spend more time than it was worth catching a grass carp on a tater. Did it die? If it died, it's not very big. I don't think. Oh, nope. One in-game day is all? That's not very long. Man, you got lucky with that one, Dreams. There's so many places for that thing to go and spool you. Even if you're in a boat. During a tournament, Tommy. Right? I'm pretty sure that one was during a tournament where you spent the whole tournament catching it and then another hour and a half catching it. Duran, they were the 42 months. My longest fish fight is actually in Fishing Planet with a tarpon until my reel exploded. Because it was impossible to catch it, and I did refuse to believe that the game would do that, because that's stupid. But it did. It did do that. I still haven't got a hog taming. I've thrown a bunch of bait fish at taming. Caught a few small ones, but never a big one. Is that my most risky catch? What'd I catch it on? Does it say? Ah, sturgeon. Original. Oh, so I caught it on an ultralight. Rush on, sturgeon. Yeah, that must have changed because it was my riskiest catch was that pike for the longest time, like an 11 kilo pike. Yeah, it's sad it doesn't tell you what the rod and reel was. Float tackle? When did I do this one? Weird. The old snatcher beluga. Oh, are they bugged? Then that makes sense. Yeah, I definitely remember catching a grass carp in that pond that was big. I don't remember doing it on a float reel though, since my float rod is incredibly tiny. It's a big ass mussel. I have a like long float rod. It's still weak though. It's only like a 10 kilo float rod. Bolognese rod or whatever. Hey, it ate it. The last damn second. It's worthless. Y'all took a really long time to just ask that guy all the questions that you needed the information for. Yeah, the art of conversation is definitely annoy the shit out of somebody with 94 questions in multiple messages instead of. I know I can hear the bell down here if I listen really hard. Caught something. Cutting onions over the 22 months. Caught something. Casting really far sucks. It just sucks. Oh, nice. I love those ugly fuckers. Oh, I didn't catch something without moving it this time. I go up. Which one, Brew? No, it's just the only way I can cast where I want to cast. It's to stand in the grass. If you want to catch the big ones, you got to be willing to fish where other people aren't. The Russian sturgeon. It's a lot harder than I thought to hit that. Two fish in a row. I thought I found a spot. I was wrong. Nah, this isn't silver pipe pole. They can't cast it. Pipe's too heavy. This pole's for babies. Babies can't use a pipe. I mean, this is kind of the ass pole. This is kind of my ass pole. You'll never use? I'll take it, J-Lane. You want to send it to me? I've always wanted to fly fish, but I don't have $500 to buy a fly fishing pole. Thanks. No, but I have a mailbox. I'd even pay for shipping, Jay. It's light as fuck, I bet. But it's big, so it's probably expensive to ship. I'll be back for you. I better put you in a place where I can see you. I see you stopped catching bleaks after you realized my whitefish spot wasn't good. Melted cheese isn't used for anything, right? I think I bought it on an accident and never eat it because I think maybe it's used for something. They're not all huge. It is used in something? Aw, damn it. Tench ground bait. Oh. Sounds like I should just eat it. $7.6. Yeah, I didn't think they're all huge. Because, like, some people creek fish, rivers, all sorts of stuff, right? So you gotta size the pole to what you're fishing because you may not have the ability to do a backhand with a 12-foot rod. But there are, like, 16-foot fly fishing rods that exist, yeah. Oh, baby. Listen, I was float fishing there. Why didn't you give me it when I was float fishing? And fly fishing is just a tough thing for me to justify. I already have a fortune in fishing gear. But like fly fishing is unnecessary. It's not a better fishing method. Don't let any fly fishermen hear me tell you. But I think even like a real fisherman would agree. Fly fisherman would agree. It's fun. Hey, it's not a roach. Yeah, it's definitely like... I would compare fly fishing to bird hunting. Neither of them are necessary or economical, and you wear silly clothes. But they're both probably fun. Dove hunting is the hillbilliest of bird hunting by far. Y'all don't wear sweaters and jeans with leather knees. And always carry your brake-barreled shotgun over your knee pit, elbow pit. Yeah, exactly. Dove hunting is sweet Texas rednecks for sure. You're not American led, so your opinions on everything I'm talking about don't count. Every American bird hunter I know eventually gets a pair of jeans with leather knees. Do you guys use dogs over there, Led? Ooh. Let's just flip that motherfucker around. Alright, this rod's a little light for the situation. Oh yeah, you were saying, yeah, you had some Bentons or something like that. I found a spot with fish that are actually fun, yay. I should probably run a bigger hook. What's your go-to float size hook in hardcore? For like things like this. That 500 gram to 1 kilo mark. 16? 12. I figured I was going to literally say between 16 and 12. small in this game definitely seems better in the long run. Uh-oh, that looks like Hog City. Maybe not. Decent whitefish, maybe, though. Yeah, decent one. See, as soon as you decided you weren't coming here hardcore, I started catching them again. We cannot fish in the same spot. You and I know this. I'll use a 15. Because I got it. And break this fucking rod. You can't see other players in this one, unfortunately. It really is true. We have had no luck fishing in the same location. Like, even on, like, Yama and stuff, where there's 9 million fish. Is it the clown feet, Tommy? Look at that weekly record, Caspian brown trout. Huge. I'm gonna try something. Oh wait, no, yeah, that's fine. Cause I think this fucker can flip out there quite a bit further. Oh yeah, way the fuck out there. Oh yeah, he'll steal your shit. No shame there. Maybe that's too far out. I'll hit you with my walrus stick. Oh, is that gonna be a fish? No, I think I just pulled it away. Where's my bobber? Not far enough. Clown feet. Like, not in their length, but in their shape. Weird. I switched poles, no longer catch fish. There he is. It's just positioning. Was that a bell? Anyone hear a bell? I don't hear a bell. Maybe it's the giant hook. Oh! Sorry. Thought I missed it. That's the problem with this rod. I can't ever get the fish to me. Where is it? Where's the fish? Feels like another whitefish. It's another whitefish. Nah, unfortunately I can't use sichels as bait. They look like tasty little bait, don't they? This one hasn't caught a whitefish yet, right? Oh no, it has. It was the one that caught the most the first time. I saw you catch a zebra mussel hardcore. Shemaya! Is that a bell? Bells don't go off that fast. I thought I heard a bell. Am I drunk? No, that's a bell. stellet. Wait, why does this not feel right? I can't see good. Maybe this isn't where I was. It's amazing how my ears can pick up that fucking jingle jangle bell. So, like, it just explodes into my brain. Go get it. Shameamea? No, I was excited. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I think catching a fish usually frees you. I'm free! You can hear bells from miles away. You just gotta listen good. I play this game with my volume turned all the way up like Tarkov. Now I'm hearing making up bells in my brain, I think. Looking around for pliers? Not that kind of stuck, thankfully. Aww, my bobblehead broke. It's a very good bell, though. I mean, it sounds a lot like the real thing. Are the beepers as loud as the bells? Well, I don't want those then. I like to wander away from my bells. Where did my cool fish go? I'm sure they have vital arms that send you a text unknown. I'm sure. Sure it exists. Carp fishermen are lunatics. They have all kinds of crazy gadgets. They sell special bait boats Special remote control boats to drive your bait out and dump it in the water. And drones. Throwing isn't good enough. Not when they're using a 12-foot, $800 carp rod that they can cast 120 meters. Though they do have castable bait dispensers too. And bait slingshots. Bell. Oh no, not that. We don't want those to start showing up and eating all our bleaks. What's up with this rod? It doesn't catch fish. Hardcore, no! You went back to the bleak spot, I caught an eye. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. Oh, nice, Mitty. How's it coming out? You think it's going to be a quick, easy cleanup? Those are the best. Like, give me the extremes, one or the other. I want a nice, dry, clean poop or just diarrhea. The middle of the road, where it's just kind of, sticky, those are the worst. Dry is a bad example, but clean. Leaking like a fucking radiator, huh? Neither of those things should leak. Radiators or your butthole. Hey, Rev. How are you today? Whitefish. Biggest one yet. You want to buy a house with a bidet? You know bidets are like super easy to install and cheap. You don't have to get a whole house for one. You could sneak that bitch into your apartment and take it with you when you leave. Oh, I thought that was Tommy Giro. But it's Tommy Wang, the superior frogging Tommy. Yo, Squishy. In a fucking apartment? Yeah, dude, it's just like a little attachment for your toilet. It's super easy. Like, literally comes with instructions on how to do it. Unless you've got some crazy apartment with like tamper-proof toilets. Good, Squishy. Thank you for the 16 months. We're catching a nice variety of fish, which is my favorite. Yeah, like they have bidet attachments for toilets. You don't have to buy a whole separate bidet. Like it's its own appliance. It's just a little thing that goes in your bowl and sprays you in the asshole. In. Maximum penetration. It says that when you push the button too. So my vape is falling apart, but I'm too cheap to buy a new one. And I'm sure you've all seen about like vape batteries exploding and whatnot. But currently, in order to make contacts for my batteries, I have this washer and this bit of aluminum foil that I found. And it's gotta be a hazard. It's gonna only end poorly. That's what they said about my dryer. I had a dude come over to fix my dryer, and it was like stupid money to buy this little thermal fuse, which keeps your dryer from leaking gas and exploding. And I was like, dude, fuck you. I'm not spending that kind of money to have it fixed. I'll just use this bread tie I found in the kitchen. And I ran that bitch for like 8 years on the bread tie. I never exploded. Not even once. Unknown. Now that you mention it, maybe the fuse was really cheap, but the bread tie worked. Either way, the bread tie worked. Though I was fishing, unfortunately didn't get it on tape either. I was fishing the other day, a couple months ago, and I bent over to like change my lure, and I smelled burning electronics. It's a specific smell. If you smelled it, you know it. And I yelled out to my buddy, "Your boat's on fire!" And he looks back and he's like, "What?" And he said, "Oh my God, you're on fire!" And it was my vape in my pocket. I'm still not sure what caused it to happen. Water? I don't think so. Something shorted out one of the batteries in my vape. Just one of them. I opened up my vape and one of my batteries is all cooked. My vape was like 800 degrees. I just fucking yeeted the battery into the lake. I know that's not a good thing to do, but I didn't want to explode. Now, this was before I started using aluminum foil and washers to make my vape work. Yeah, I know that one, A. I made that mistake once because it was all the plastic bit that wraps over the top you're talking about. It was all cracking and gross, so I just peeled the plastic off and thought this'll be fine. Put that bitch in my vape. Yeah. Yeah, that's all this was. My vape got so hot that it started melting my polyester sweatshirt. So I was just smoking. I don't like that this thing won't turn back. I don't think it's giant hardcore, but it's not 4 kilograms. I guess every once in a while I say kilograms, and it sounds dumb. It's like right there, isn't it? Yeah, there's my leader. Oh, it's a whitefish. Sweet. That might be 8 or something. 6 or 8 or something. I don't know. I haven't caught one that big, but I'm comparing the fights. 9. That's probably worth a buck or two. I have no idea what those fish are worth. Boy, I think they get over like 20, don't they? That 9 kilogram fish was 100 silver. Don't let the internet find out. Has it? That's awesome, Juju. Don't let the internet find out. Immediately announces it to the game. No! Yeah, it's one of those fish that if you get lucky and get a couple of good ones can break the classic 300 silver per hour cap. Nice, Juju. I'm excited to get some this winter. I've run out of fish. Dude, that's another whitefish. If that's another whitefish, hardcore is on his way, and I'll hate that. Wasn't it you, Juju, who kept trying to make this spot work? I think it's so weird when people say yellow perch. Oh, you did make it work? Oh, okay. That's a decent one, isn't it? Lift your rod up. Don't lose him. Lift your... I don't know why that one was so much easier, but... Two trophies, damn. That's the exact same size. There's a white perch. Yeah, but not in Erie. Is there? And isn't a white perch called a white bass? And not actually called a white perch? Because a white bass is actually a perch. I know that for sure. Oh, is it a hybrid? Anyway, no one says yellow perch here. One state away. We just say perch. I don't know which one is going off. And it's, yeah, to a circle. It's because a white bass is actually a perch, not a bass. It's not in the bass family. We just call things whatever we want. Oh, that's not a whitefish. Is that a stellate? It is. Yeah, same twisted. They were yellow, though. By color. Like, looking at them, they were definitely yellow. Ah. Yeah, white perch is not a true perch, but a fish of the bass family. So that's even funnier. Because I'm pretty sure white bass are actually in the perch family. Which is why people eat white bass and not white perch. Is that a bell? maybe I just have it backwards, and it's white perch are actually a bass, and white bass are whatever they are. It doesn't say anything about it being a hybrid though. Just that there's a shitload of them. Yeah, they're super hard to tell apart for someone not native, especially when they're small. Yeah, white perch and white bass do look very similar. And I know I've heard white perch called silver bass in other areas of the world too. One of their favorite foods is apparently walleye eggs. You've always heard them called silver bass, yeah. See, the difference of things throughout the country. They may have been white bass this whole time. Oh no. I think white bass are pretty easy to tell apart. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, white bass has more stripes. Like white perch has like a defined singular black stripe down its back or down its side, and a white bass has less defined multiple stripes. Almost like digital camo with a silver and black. But there's a bunch of them. The white bass, white perch, stripers, and then the wipers, which is a white bass striper combo that like all look very fucking similar, especially when they're young. And like scale patterns on fish aren't always the same. So it can be very tough. And where you're at in the country can change a fish's look. I can catch like 3, 4 different, completely different looking bass in one body of water. Just largemouth, because they change so much based on the water they're in and what they're eating. And smallmouth are crazy, dude. They get some tiger stripes and stuff, which I think is actually a hybridization thing. Or they can just be pure golden brown. Very gold. It's very... I mentioned yesterday when we were going through fish species in this game, though, like, most fish are just reskins. I know a lot of guys who catfish all the time and can't accurately tell me the difference between a flathead and a channel cat. Yeah, hardcore. Yeah, I was surprised by that flathead. We don't usually get a lot of them that wander out, especially to eat a night crawler. Blue and yeah, blues can look very similar to channels, again, area dependent. We don't have blues up here though. Undesirable, they're super fun to fish for, I think. It's like the closest to just chilling in nature that I do with fishing. They're like we're doing right now, you know? Throw the rods on the ground and or in a rod holder and hang out, enjoy the weather. Especially in the middle of summer when it's hot as hell, so you get to sit out at night when it's nice and yeah, hardcore. Hardheads are pretty easy to identify. And awful. They're like a fucking plague, dude. Bay fishing, they can almost make it unfun. We fished for like 3 days in a bay because we rented a house right there on the water, and like we caught a lot of good fish, but we had to catch 65 hardheads for every one other species. It gets tedious. They're like all the same size. They don't get very big. Where do you live, Blake? It was probably a bullhead, which is a catfish, but it was probably a bullhead. They're pretty common to catch small. New Brunswick, Canada. I would guess you guys have bullhead up there. Thank you, friends. Bullhead, especially when they're young, almost act like tadpoles. You'll like find them under docks, laying in the like right on shore and rocks and stuff like that. They're a real mud dweller. Alice picked one up on accident the other day, picking up mud on the lake. Stabbed herself in the hand. A lot of freaking gobies lately. That's good. Like good for the predators in your water. Brown bullhead, yeah. Yellow bullhead are super common down here. We don't have a lot of brown ones, but the yellow and brown bullhead look pretty fucking similar. I don't know that I could tell you the difference. Because, like, that's the other thing with Googling reference pictures. They're going to show you this, like, perfect specimen of a yellow bullhead that looks bright yellow. But that doesn't happen if it every single time. I really, really want to breed golden shiners into my dad's pond. Just for pike fishing. They're probably good for catfishing too, but because they're too small, Juju. Yeah, well, you're after fish that are nowhere near as big as what I'm looking for. Golden shiners will get like 11 plus inches. And like the average size is going to be like 4 to 5 inches. Trying to cope with the change from salt to freshwater fishing. Yeah, it's so different. You probably have lake trout all over there, Blake. My bobber fishing has just died, and I'm upset about it. And honestly, so is my bottom rods. Yeah, no cast netting, but I don't know about the laws there, but we can net here for shiners, but you have to use like it's not a thrown net. And minnow traps for shiners because they're not supposed to be. They're not native. Golden shiners are native here, but silver shiners are not, and emerald shiners are not. Yeah, burbot like are only active in super cold. Winter hut fishing? You mean ice fishing? You don't have to have a hut. But let me tell you. There's my fish. I knew I was going to do that eventually. Do they call it winter hut fishing? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, getting into fishing from a shanty this year made me like ice fishing because I fucking hated it. But a shanty and a little space heater to knock the edge off. If I hear the gar get super thick up here, I'll tell you, Juju, because we have times where they come in the river and just load up under the dam. I think they chase in like the alewives. But they're so bad that you can't throw anything in the water without it getting eaten. It's pretty cool to see. Only way I've ever caught them is with bits of rope. Little rope plugs, no hooks. I've tried to hook them with lures, and it's super hard to get a lure to set in their fucking bone face. But we throw these bits of rope, and it just tangles their teeth. I think I have one. I had one laying over here the other day. It's basically just a little rope popper with no hooks on it. Now that I think about it, If I had the choice to be like pulled to you by a hook and a rope, or to have you tangle my teeth in something, I'd pick the hook. I know some guys do that for pike too, because they've got those backwards teeth that just get stuck. Yeah, if you let them swallow it, you can get them on a hook pretty easy. But I don't like fucking around like that. Most of the time when I'm fishing, I'm using circle hooks, so I just fucking mess that fish up, damn it. Because I don't want to deal with catching turtles and stuff anymore. So glad. Circle hook's like the best fishing invention to make it up here in the last 20 years. I still have a hard time convincing my hillbilly friends to use them, but they're all so dead set on setting the hook. And it's funny because, like, they'll be catfishing with a treble hook and think they need to set the hook. And every single fish they reel in is gut hooked and dead. What catches turtles anyway? They just bite. Yeah, they just bite. Like if you, in some areas around here, we have so many turtles that if you leave bait in the water motionless, a turtle's gonna eat it, and you're gonna catch it. So, circle hooks are an invention that they turned the point of the hook in, and they're very interesting because the only way they hook is when it's pulling out of a fish's mouth. It'll catch in the corner of their mouth, and they work exceptionally well. But like turtles and stuff don't swallow them unless they're massive turtles. I've caught one turtle on a circle hook, and I actually snagged him reeling in. He wasn't even trying to eat it. Alright, this boat is a real fucking problem. The best example here, I'll try to show you with this Madrinas box. The best way I can explain it, Calisigro, is so the hook is rounded over like my hand is, right? So when the fish swallows the hook, the line is tied to my thumb, right? So when the fish swallows the hook, you pull the line. The hook, you actually pull the hook out of its stomach. And because the fish is never straight like this, it's always turned by at this point, or up or down or whatever, that when you pull the line out, it actually catches in the corner of the fish's mouth and hooks the fish for you. The hook does all the work for you. The hook and the fish do all the work for you. But the reason you can't set the hook is because you'll pull it out so fast and so clean that it won't get that opportunity to hook. You'll just literally pull it out of its mouth. Saltwater guys popularized it decades ago, but it took forever to make its way to freshwater fishing. I used to always have circle hooks laying around, but I haven't done like any catfishing this year because I signed up for too many bass tournaments. Eric, thank you for the 43 months. But what it's done is, like, catfishing is a fish that, unfortunately, for years and years and years, the only way we could really catch them consistently was throw bait out on the bottom and let it sit there. So a lot of the time, by the time you knew you had the fish, he'd swallowed the hook. With any standard J-shaped hook, it's going to be inside his stomach somewhere, and you're not getting that hook back. Or you're killing that fish to get your hook back. So circle hooks now allow us to catch and release a lot of these bottom feeders and do a lot of stationary fishing and still be catch and release without killing the fish. Yeah, Calcigro. So, like 2 ways you'll catch them with a circle hook is either they'll swim away, they'll come along, eat it, pick it up, eat it, swim away, and their actual swimming away sets the hook itself, or you'll see them picking at it, pick up your rod and just pull real gently, not gently, but pull back until that hook slides out and catches in the corner of the mouth. And like every single time you get them perfectly in the corner of the mouth. It's amazing. It's such a simple thing has like truly changed bottom fishing. They are still barbed. Yep. I was fishing a tournament a couple weeks ago, and one of the methods I use, unfortunately, has like a mild gut hook ratio because you let your bait sit, and anytime you let your bait sit, there's a chance. Like fish are humans probably have it too, but they swallow uncontrollably. When something hits, like if you stick your hand into a fish's mouth and it'll start trying to swallow your finger, it can't help it. So if bait gets into all the way into their mouth, they start swallowing it like instantly. But anyway, I'm reeling in this fish, and you can tell immediately. Like I fish so much that I can see how my line is presented in the fish's mouth, and fuck, he's gut hooked. So I get this fish up to the boat to cut the line, because when I gut hook bass in a tournament, I just cut the line and leave the hook, because it's a higher success rate of them surviving, and you have to have your fish alive in a tournament. But when I reach in there to cut my hook, there's another one sticking out that someone else had already cut off. So there's just 2 fucking hooks sticking out of his throat. Dude's eating with a hook sticking out of his throat. In between a circle and a J, like an octopus hook? Or do you mean, because there's straight circles and then offset circles. I'm not sure. Offset, in the world I'm from, offset means the barb and the point are offset to the shank. So the shank is like here, right? And then the hook will be offset like this. And a straight hook, they'll be in line. But then there's an octopus hook, which is still sort of J-shaped, but the point, the barb itself comes way back. Almost circle, but not quite. Fish can survive having a hook in them for ages. Oh, yeah. It's still obviously something I try to avoid. I love fishing and not trying to just be out there leaving hooks in all of them. Littler fish have a much higher success rate with it, because so what happens is once the hook gets in their gut, you're reeling against their insides, right? Like now you're pulling the fish in by its stomach lining. So with bigger fish, you'll actually turn their fucking stomachs inside out. Sorry, this is gross, I know, for you that don't like fishing. A dace. With smaller fish, though, they don't have the weight behind it to have that problem. A kale hook. I'll look it up. I'm always curious. Oh, yeah. That is kind of an in-between. That looks like it still has more hook set potential. Do you find it easier to hook from the gut or the lip, because you don't want to deal with digging hooks out of a gut. Also, fish all fish have some kind of teeth, even if it's just like most of our freshwater fish have just like tiny little, it feels like sandpaper on their lips. So when a fish is gut hooked, its teeth are rubbing on your line over and over and over and over. It won't break it the first time, the second time, but like the sixth fish or whatever, you'll have worn down your line. When you hook a fish in the lips, the teeth are on the hook, and your line and your knot and stuff are more protected that way. I've never fished deep enough to have that, Juju, in my life. There's all kind like fizzing and stuff they say can help with that, but I don't know if any of that's true. I know they have methods to try to save these fish from that. Big catfish are weird because their stomachs and throats are so big you can actually fucking stick your whole ass hand down there. To intentionally gut. I mean, I wouldn't care if you were like eating channel cats and gut hooking the shit out of them. That wouldn't bug me. Whatever. Sounds like a lot of extra unnecessary work for the fisherman. Intentionally gut hooking would just mean leaving your bait, letting it swallow it. The reason you set the hook when your bobber goes underwater, as soon as your bobber goes underwater, is because you're trying to avoid gut hooking a fish. It's not because it's the best time to set the hook. The best time to set the hook is after your fucking bobber has swam 10 feet away. Because now that fish has swallowed your bait. Though after it swam 10 feet away, you don't need to set the hook because it's already swallowed the hook. That is really the reason we set the hook. We're trying to jam that hook through their upper lip, bottom lip, whatever the case may be, where, depending on how you're fishing, instead of waiting for them to swallow it. That is what's unrealistic about bobber fishing in Russian fishing 4, yes. Is you should be able to stay in real life. If you set a bobber down and come back to it, you will have something gut hooked. Get the nibblers too. I mean, maybe some guys in chat will disagree with me, but for the most part, if you have a lot of nibblers, you're in the wrong spot. It's tiny fish. Those are the fish you don't want. For the most part, the fish you're looking for just have a big enough mouth they eat your bait. If you're fishing with hooks that are way too big, you might have a nibbling problem. But like the size of panfish that I'm after, bluegill sunfish that I'm after, I don't have a nibbling problem. You foul hook more fish? You do. Which is because you catch a lot of fish that weren't actually eating, Juju. I think, and what I've read is a lot of the reason you get so many foul hooked fish with a treble is because they were swiping at it, they were attacking at it, they were getting, they were being aggressive towards it, but they weren't necessarily trying to eat it. Which makes sense, because a lot of times you'll get them like in the side of the face and stuff, nowhere near their mouth. I'm with you, good. I dislike them tremendously. I don't like fishing with them. They're great. They're incredible. The success rate, like the actual catch rate of fish, is astronomically better than a single hook. But the rate that I hook myself. And yeah, it destroys fish. People use lures with 3 trebles are terrible. Color me terrible. Sometimes the lure that you want to use has 3 treble hooks on it. That's just the choice you got. But I'm not putting away all my jerk baits just because. Yeah, I don't like to spend $8 to $15 on a lure and then have to buy separate hooks as well. Personally, I'm too cheap for that. So I just use the hooks that are on it. Unless they break, then I'll replace them sometimes because it's cheaper than buying a new lure. Oh, I'm about to level. Oh, I wondered why my whitefish went away. You're here now. Haven't caught one since you said for sure you were coming. I did catch a chub. That Russian sturgeon says otherwise. Most of the time I'm treble hook fishing, it's for crappie actually. It's because I use tiny little crankbaits and I eat them. Hard-bodied lures that aren't treble hooked. There's a few that use the double hook that are like top water, like you had, and left here. You always leave stuff here. I'm gonna have your entire fishing collection someday. I got some headlamps, a bag of top water poppers, a box of spinners. Just have your own ideas of what's best. That's fair, you're allowed to. But there's a lot of people who would argue that you're not respecting any fish that you're catching with a hook or shooting with a gun. So plenty of people could make that argument as well. Old-fashioned spinning reels. Oh, I got a twofer? Maybe that one's just fucking around. I've been trying to force myself to use more bait casters. I use them for certain things. I find them far more effective. And affordable, like for the technique I'm after. Like top water, jerk baits. There's a few things that I use bait caster. How many fishing rods do I own? I have no idea. I use 8 consistently. Seven, actually. One of those is my brother's. I use 8, but one is my brother's. I probably have like... Oh, I forgot my cat fishing rods. And then I have 4 cat fishing rods, so 11 rods that I use regularly. But I probably have like 40 because I live on a lake and I got all kinds of cheapo junk rods that get given to me and stuff that I just leave set up for when kids visit and family visit and stuff like that. I only really have so many because of the competitive fishing. You just don't have time to retie constantly, and when time is limited, you know, you just want to be able to reach down, grab the rod with what you want on it, and go. But you're moving all over the lake, and the conditions are changing, and depth's changing. You need to be able to, on the fly, swap. I probably only need... I think every, like, good fisherman probably needs... Let's see. Like 3 or 4 rods. You could probably get by with 3 and cover like every technique under the sun. Yeah, I think 3 is pretty good for most freshwater, bass, walleye, pike fishing. Because just like in this game, the stiffness and length of your rod and stuff affects how you can present a bait. And there are some baits that need a heavier, stiffer rod, and some baits that need a softer, smaller rod. Basically, bigger, more aggressive baits need a bigger, heavier rod. I don't fuck around with jumbo baits. There is some really popular like glide baits and stuff like that those things weigh like 3 or 4 ounces. So that would be a whole nother set and a whole nother rod, but I don't fuck around with those. The old worm, the old rubber worm, is just a doozy. Anybody who's wanting to get into bass fishing or like, yeah, I would just say bass. It works for other things too, but I would say bass fishing specifically, and like doesn't know where to begin, dude. Just a weightless rubber worm is an excellent way to fish. You'll catch a ton of fish. Without the struggles of constantly dealing with dragging up a mountain of weeds and all that shit that you get when you start to try to get into weighted techniques. A lot of people, I feel like a lot of people suggest jigs and Texas rig and things that are a headache to fish in weeds if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, I got one musky rod too. But I counted that one on my list of rods. I like never use it. Bass will go for anything that moves. Yeah. Nah. Some days. I don't think bass fishing is that hard, but I do think you're not going to catch a lot of bass on cheese. On a rubber worm, yeah. Spoons is one I want to play with more. Especially jigging spoons. Those look interesting to me. Or flutter spoons, I think some people call them. I knew what you meant, hardcore. Where I'm at, and now where you're at probably, well, maybe not over there. I don't know. Ohio's not the same. Where I'm at, all of our lakes, we have thousands of inland lakes, and they're all incredibly weedy. And the fish cling to those weeds all season long. So trying to fish a lot of things that work in other parts of the world is tough here. Juju's been here and can confirm hella weeds, yo. The first place I took Juju, the weeds are so thick and so tall that, like, literally the only thing you can use is a frog. How do you run a spoon for white bass, hardcore? Like a stop and go? Or like are you talking about like jigging spoons? Because there's like a million different spoons, especially in my area, because the salmon and steelhead spoons, they're unusable unless you're trolling them underneath a downrigger. Stop and go or like a jerkbait. And then you've got the regular like pike and muskie spoons. And then you've got the single hook jigging spoons, or whatever else I call them, flutter spoons. It is technically, you're right, it's called a casting spoon, isn't it? With a treble hook. Those are casting spoons. Oh, jigging spoons are different. Oh my god. Is it a flutter spoon then? Yeah, and then there's the flutter spoon. Different types of spoons. That's regular spoon. Oh, and then there's all the fucking saltwater spoons. Sorry, I was reading about there's a million different spoons. spoons. Actually, thinking of that, some of these types of spoons I've like never even seen IRL. Oops. Yeah, I mean, these look like salmon spoons and steelhead spoons, but the salmon and steelhead spoons are like made out of tin, and they have no weight to them, so you can't like cast and retrieve them like you do in this game. I don't know what these are. They don't look like a lure at all. These are like cast and retrieve trout, salmon spoons that you would cast and retrieve, right? I'm pretty sure. They're pretty heavy weight-wise. It is working well in Yama. That's why I tried to make a good one and failed. I've never seen a flat spoon. I have seen these for like panfish and things like that. They say they work on, but I've never used them. I guess this is pretty similar to that. I don't even know what these are for. I've never seen anyone use a pipe. That's a heavy-duty motherfucker. These are pretty close to just standard casting spoon. This is what I would call as the casting spoon, though. That shape, that style. Yeah, I always thought these were something for the river. Trout, salmon stuff, I don't know. I've seen them, but I've never used one. Drop shot has become my passion lately. Xander number 2. This one? Long skinny fucker like that, eh? Yeah, never used one of those. I've seen them. Never see them used here, though. The type of spoon that I see used most for bass is, it looks like the spiderweb spoon that was popular on Yama, but it has one singular hook with a weed guard on it. It's really funny. I normally, out of the corner of my eye, in the bottom corner of my screen, see OBS pop up when somebody subs or donates. But it's also pretty close to where the bobber is, so I keep seeing the bobber. I'm like reading chat, and I see the bobber drop on the screen above me where I'm normally watching for subs and tips. And then I'm like, wait, what was that? Nobody subbed. But I just see the movement and can't figure out what it is. The hunter game I was playing, I did not finish it, no. I just haven't been a finisher lately. A lot of starting and not getting there. Yeah, heavy as fuck. It's a really thick. I've got some of those in a box over here that somebody gave me. Tiny little surgeon. I release thee. Why does it vastly exceed my weight? How heavy is that bleak? I don't think it was bugging. I do believe that I missed something, Calastigro, and unfortunately in an area that I don't go to. So I didn't know how to find it again, but I think that was the case. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want someone to just tell me what to do, but... It's awful. Everything about it, Patches. I've said it a million times at this point. I feel bad, like I'm just being mean, but it just, everything about it was bad. It has 0 features, very few fish, and gets fishing so wrong in so many ways. And it had performance problems, including making my computer overheat like crazy. I think the devs saw I caught 2 decent whitefish in a row and turned them off. Said I caught too many. That's as much money as you're gonna make here. Oh, hardcore, thanks for the $5. And my bomber's under! Ah! It was a double whammy! I got them both, though, the fish and the bucks. No, it's fine. I've been asked it a lot. But it is why I'm playing this, because I wanted to play a fishing game. I was excited about a new fishing game coming out, and it sucked horribly. I expected it to be mediocre, but I could have still played mediocre. Instead, to me, it's unplayable. I actually wasn't that bad, I don't think, Calastigro, until the end. And it was because I was trying to avoid bashing the shit out of it, because I really didn't like it from the get-go, but I wanted an excuse to play it to stream. And because it was new and because I had the Call of the Wild tag, like, it was better viewership than I get with an actual good fishing game like this. So I was gonna just tough it out and try not to be miserable, but then once I finally figured out how fucked up the real system in that game was, I just couldn't do it anymore. I uninstalled it. Live on stream. I have not played the Fisher online, because it just seems like very, very similar to this with less features. Nobody has told me something Fisher has that this doesn't. Except I believe it has a price tag. Oh, that's a big one. Yeah, that's pretty much what I heard, Noel. I always forget it exists. I should recommend it when people ask more often, because I would guess that it might work better for some people who don't like how grindy RF4 is. But as I've said a lot the last few days, I, for one, love the RF4 grind. Give me all the grind. I'm really, really bad at video games that have no goals for me, and I like having them. Calastigro, thank you for the gift sub to the MMO Juggler. Juggalo. I knew it. I'm upset that I said juggler for many reasons. One, I got his name wrong. Two, I knew it was Juggalo. And three, Juggalo is much funnier than Juggler. Got a Juggalo. Yeah, well, it's like I said yesterday. My favorite part about this game is every time they add a new lake, I genuinely have a good reason to come back. Not just because, ooh, look, a tiny bit of new content, but, ooh, look, a tiny bit of new content, and I still have all those things I haven't finished. Which is great. That's my problem with a lot of games and DLCs is there's not enough there for me to like really want to start over. But if I go back into it from where I left off, there's not a lot of content for me to get through. I feel like it's been a while since they added a lake, though. I think the last time I played this game anywhere near as much as I have this week was Christmas. And they had just added a lake, I think, around Christmas, because we were debating. Yeah. It was our archipelago, because we were debating if or not they were going to release it before, after, during Christmas. So yeah, that's a long time, 9 months. But you were short-lived, Rev. Good night. The frogs put you to sleep. There was Ragnarok. It was bad, mostly. Like, it was a fine game. So this is the difference, right, between Call of the Hunter, I think it was called, and Call of the Wild Angler. Call of the Wild Angler was a bad fishing experience. It doesn't represent fishing well. Call of the Hunter, maybe not a great game. Definitely not a great simulator. Well, not a great simulator for the reasons of I found the grind to be incredibly easy and it was over fast and there wasn't a lot to strive for. I think simulators, in my opinion, are best when they have really interesting way to keep you going, even if it's just grinding. However, it represented hunting well. I think it was a good representation of hunting. So it was a fine game. I mean, if you just wanted to go hunting and have a new excuse to go hunting, it was a fine game for that. I didn't get all the way through it, Ragnarok, but I got like everything I needed to kill every animal in the game, to call every animal in the game, I accomplished in like a pretty short period of time, like 8 hours or something. No, Amber Lake isn't really a DLC. I don't know why it says that. It's confusing. You like Call of Hunter a lot? Did you like Call of the Wild Hunter a lot? Is it Call of the Hunter and Call of the Wild? Is it really? Way of the Hunter. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. If you wanted a more true-to-life hunting experience, I think Way of the Hunter might be Call of the Wild. It has some really good options to turn off, like all the video gaming aspects of it. Yeah, you got the name wrong. Now I don't know which one you liked. Hunter Call of the Wild. Yeah, okay. That was a very fun game. I think until they started pumping out map DLCs and giving away all their content for free, it was an excellent game. I probably got a couple hundred hours in, at least 100 hours in of like really enjoyable leveling and grinding and finding new animals and things like that, buying new guns. And but at some point they realized they could just sell DLCs for like $7 a pop and no longer add content. Not all the DLCs hand you free weapons. The last like bunch of them do, and they're not just free weapons, they're OP. There's like one that's like 2 guns in one. And they unfortunately didn't give, with the free handout weapons, they didn't give an option to buy them. You couldn't buy a similar version of that gun. Like I couldn't get a 22 without getting one for free. That was what sucked. I remember they had like some bad downtime once and gave out like a fuck ton of money to every one of their players. And while I recognize what they're doing is nice for some, I went out and bought $70,000 worth of junk and destroyed it from my inventory because I didn't want that money. I wanted to earn it. Yeah, everyone I know like was pretty disappointed with some of the later DLCs because not only did they give you the weapons for free, but they had a lot less of the quests and stuff. The part that I think AKA was saying he really liked, which was the like cool exploration content. Yeah, I don't know. I like when simulators are still games, not just a hunting experience. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that just enjoy walking through the woods, murdering exotic animals. But I still want it to be a game. I don't know, even a realistic simulator, if you really want to get into it, like, there's objectives. If you're doing something in real life, there's an objective there. Most of us fish for food or for sport. Same with hunting, right? Most of us hunt for food. There's an objective there. I mean, I know some guys who only hunt coyotes for an excuse to use their ARs, but like most of us hunt for food. So there's an objective. Hunts, yeah, it's it's pretty common actually. Patches. I'm not sure 100% the legality of it on in my state, but my state has some pretty strict gun hunting rules. We can only use certain calibers for deer hunting, which limits out a lot of the popular fun calibers. So yeah, a lot of guys I know that fuck around with building ARs and AKs and stuff like that coyote hunt because for some reason pest animals don't have the same rules, which doesn't make sense to me because like the reason we have those rules isn't to protect the animals, it's to protect people. It's because it's residential enough around here that we don't need you shooting a rifle accidentally through someone's house when you shoot a deer. They came back with them? That's surprising. What they do with them? Patches? Anything? Because most guys I know that coyote hunt just kill them, maybe take a picture if it's a good one, and leave it there. We have that rule as well. We are also in Canada, OP, so you can't have a lot of the guns anyway that I'm talking about. Yeah, like my deer gun is in my safe where it belongs. So I'm not getting it out because I don't remember the code to my safe. But my deer gun is an AR, and it's goofy as fuck. But it was a cheaper way than buying the rifle. Runtime, maybe it's 29 months. But like, I hunted with it 2 years ago with like a 4 grip and an EOTech on it. I looked like I was about to drop into Tarkov. My regular deer gun is a shotgun. It's a 20 gauge shotgun that shoots slugs. Well, it has a rifled barrel for slugs. We used to be a shotgun only area. You could only hunt with shotguns. Then they added limited rifles, which includes all the short wall cartridges, 357, 44, 41, 300 Legend, and the 450 Bushmaster. Yeah, that's what mine is too, hardcore. But see, if I wanted to go coyote hunting, I could put a night vision scope on my 300 Blackout and go shoot that. An excuse to use that. Looking up in the ammo, yeah. I mean, they're perfect for a pistol, J-Lang. I still really, really want to. $3 now, is it? It was like $1 a bullet when I got mine. I still want to turn mine into a pistol. I just need to do it. This 9mm isn't cheap anymore. I'm an old man. 9mm is fucking bonkers from what I used to pay for it. Yeah, that's what I have, J-Link. Yeah. But you can do that on a lot of guns as well. Yeah, you can use your suppies hunting. That's why I'm waiting still on my tax stamp for my suppressors. I'm not sure if I'm going to get it or not. How did I get mine? Bought them at a gun store. I had like 6 months where I got real into ARs for a minute. And then I stopped caring when I stopped hunting. Should only take 6 weeks or something? Oh, maybe it's changed since I did it. Probably for a minute, K-Patches. I gotta fish at 4 o'clock in the morning, so. Yeah, I mailed in the fingerprint cards and everything. I need to get a hold of the gun shop. I haven't gotten a hold of them in like a while. Because I was going to get one for my Bushmaster and the 300 Blackout for when I eventually turn it into a pistol. I already have the stock, dude. I want to make like the smallest possible 300 Blackout just because it's funny. Mainly just to show on stream and freak out non-Americans. Honestly, like the number one reason. It's very funny. They do the pistol brace thing all the time. Or is there a new one that's happening? Is there actually getting rid of it? Oh, December? You'll have to register it as a... Oh, so I need to do it now. Or you'll still have to register it in said December. I mean, I don't even care about it. That's actually honestly easier. I'll just SBR my gun then, and then I don't got to deal with... I'm not one of those guys who cares about having my shit registered anyway. That just gives me a better reason. Now I'm not going to buy anything. I can just SBR my Blackout. You want to pay for the stamp if you do it in time. But then I'd have to pay for... Because my current I was just going to gut my current Blackout and put it in a pistol. But now I'll just wait. I love those people though, dude, that are like so against the government and registering their weapons and having to deal with the government to buy silly stuff like SBRs and stuff like that. But then go down to the because they don't want the government to know what they're up to. But then they go down to the gun shop and run their credit card every week. You know people specifically that got a knock on the door, J-Ling? Because, like, the current way guns have worked is grandfathered in. I mean, automatic weapons are still available and they're still on the market. They're not gone. Extended magazines went away for a while and came back, but same deal if they were grandfather. Yeah. Or prove you took it out of state. Interesting. I mean, I'm not that worried about it. I've always said, if someone wants to come knock on my door and take my shit, like, they can have it. By someone, I mean the government. They can have it. I genuinely don't think any of it is necessary and does us no good as a people. I I like them, sure. I enjoy having them to shoot, and like my 450 Bushmaster in an AR frame is a great gun to hunt with. It's super reliable so far. Really easy to fucking work on, clean. It's a nice piece of equipment, but I could just as easily have a bolt action Bushmaster. And I recognize my AR is ridiculous. No need for it. I'm one of those very strange in the middle folks who supports gun control to a degree. And I would be willing to try even radical gun control if it meant that we could someday get back to my daughter's school not requiring full-time security and all the doors to be locked and monthly whatever they call those drills. That'll probably never happen with or without gun control, but a man could dream. To defend myself in the military? You just said tanks. I'm assuming you're being sarcastic because you just said tanks. And I could shoot every single bullet in my house, which is thousands of them, at a tank. One singular dude in a tank. Prismatic duck in a tank. And I'd be unsuccessful. Okay. I thought you were, but I wasn't sure. No need after a new CCW now? Yeah. I really want to get my concealed carry. Only for when I'm out in the wild, though. Or maybe once in a while when I'm with my daughter, maybe. I do get super paranoid sometimes with my kid. But those are usually situations where I couldn't have a gun anyway, so. Yeah, I wouldn't kill to defend my own life. Like, I probably shouldn't say that on the internet. Because some weirdo might take that as like a warm welcome, but I wouldn't. I might leg a man to save my own life, but I got a tournament in the morning, Nish. In about 4 hours, I'll be leaving for a tournament. Yeah, my daughter's shot and stuff, and hunting and outdoors and nature is a big part of why that'll. I hope that'll be a part of my daughter's life too. Alright, I need to give up on these whitefish. They were good for a minute. I would have made good money had I left after those last two. That's how they get you. Go throw these bait fish elsewhere. Immediately, the bell goes off. I swear to God, sometimes it feels like the devs are just watching and they think it's funny. Well, this is a tiny fish. This doesn't convince me to stay. You're gonna have to do better than that, developers. That's a burbot. Aye. A dev a long time ago was in here. 100% for sure a dev, not just somebody who said they were a dev. And what I found truly astonishing, and like if I was ever going to go to work for a game company, I would want it to be Russian Fishing 4, is that they can tell, they have some way to track what fish are currently on the line, which is just amazingly interesting data to me. I would have so much fun just staring at that all day long, watching what people lose and laughing. It'd be like a suspense TV. They admitted it in another place where a dude fought like 1,000 kilogram sturgeon for like an entire IRL day before he lost it. It was the biggest one that's been hooked. I don't think I'm sure they can. It's just numbers and computer programming, right? Like I'm sure they can twist it, but I don't think they would ever want to. They love. I think if they don't love their current fish generation system, they should, because it's spectacular. Because like that scenario where a guy managed to luck into, as far as I've heard about this game, he's the only man to hook into a fish that big. That's amazing. Yeah, it's 100 pounds, hundreds of pounds. I think hundreds of kilos heavier than the current record, Calistigro. That may have changed now since when he told us that, but it unfortunately requires some extreme rarity on certain species to keep those probabilities so low. That's why you will find fish that are really common. Um, there'll be like 8 people tied for the exact same record. But like this whitefish I'm fishing for, it's pretty safe to assume, as rare as it is, that the biggest version of it has not been caught yet. Straight into a coma. I think I fought a fish in another game for like 6 hours on stream once. It was a big meme thing till my reel literally exploded on my rod. Like actually exploded. There was fire. No, okay, there wasn't. That the actually might be a lie. that? Someone got the global whitefish record. Now I can't leave. All of our tournaments, and most bass tournaments in general, are largemouth and smallmouth. In the south, there'll be largemouth, smallmouth, and what's the other one? Spotted? Just mouth. Yeah, 11 kilos bigger than mine. Isn't there a third bass that or a fourth bass that looks similar to a largemouth that's not counted though? For some reason? No, stripers look nothing like a regular bass. But they're not counted. They look nothing like a regular bass, so. I only remember it from that damn Bassmaster, or feel like I remember it from that damn Bassmaster game. I've been out here like 2 IRL hours first time I heard that bug go by. Because spotted bass and largemouth bass look like fucking nearly exactly the same. Shut up, Mossy Oak. I don't want 15% off a tree stand. No, it must not be another one. Not one that I've heard. Yeah, no, largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted. There is the Florida, the Guadalupe, the Alabama, the Shoal, the Red Eye, and the Sawney. There's also, like, I think a lot more hybrid bass that exist that we just don't really classify. Like, I've heard of all these types, these names for these hybrids, mean mouth and stuff like that, that supposedly exist. Some of them we do classify, like wipers. Black bass is a largemouth bass. Then why is it called a black bass? It's already got a name. I remember black bass was a bass fishing game back in the day. Oh yeah, that list didn't even have peacock bass on it. Peacock bass are cool looking. Supposed to be like hella aggressive. Oh yeah, super black bass, that's what it's called. Asian carp. The one that's actually a problem is a big head carp. Not at all. It's an Asian carp in the sense it's from Asia, but there's like 9 types of Asian carp, including carp that aren't a problem. Like lots of places stock grass carp, which is an Asian carp. But the issue one is big head. I believe is its actual name. Oh, there you go, hardcore. That's a separate species. And that's why those count in the tournament, I guess, huh? That's the 3 black bass. Explains why the game was called Black Bass. I never thought about why, really. Hey, Raptors. Nice, Nish. They're fucking nuts. I had my first experience with Asian carp a couple years ago, and they are wild. They, especially at night, man, they just come alive. And we went all day on that lake without seeing a single one, or even I knew they were there, I guess, just because I know about them. But man, the minute night hit, turned the lights on the boat, it was just dong, 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 bang, bang off the sides of my pontoon. Aren't silver carp the jumpers? I think it's big head and silver carp are the problem childs. Yeah, the crazy wild jumpers. Regular common carp do a lot of weird jumping and stuff, and rolling at the surface, especially in this like early summer, late spring. You like skeet shooting? Maybe. Did you keep any of them, Nish? I hear they are truly, no joke, delicious. And it makes sense. They're a plankton eater. They're not like a gross bottom feeder. We were actually getting whitefish raptors for a while, and then they stopped, but I stayed just in case. The best freshwater fish I've heard, like straight up, many people compare it to halibut, but apparently it's really fucking bony. And you did eat some of it, and they were delicious, yeah. I was in Kentucky, and dudes drove all the way down from Minnesota. They weren't bow hunting, and they were just snagging them. And they loaded up like, you know those giant like 8-foot long coolers you could fit a body in? They loaded up like 4 of those with Asian carp to drive back to Minnesota. Like they were willing to drive all the way down here to get them. Which is sweet because, like, you know, they're going to be everywhere and we can shoot them with bow and arrows. I've always wanted to bow fish. I love archery. But there's, like, no fish to bow fish around here that aren't just, like, hog food. I think, like, most of the bow fishing here is just common carp and some bowfin. Which neither of those, like, genuinely are very edible IMO. Fishing was really good. Got some good fish for dollars. Keep population under control. I mean, it's not working. It's sort of like the wild hogs. It's not really working, but we can use it as a good excuse to murder them. Lots of people in Florida eat bowfin. Really? How? I tried once when I was a kid. And like literally the fillet fell apart in my hand. Every fish lays thousands of eggs at a time. That's not a very good example. Problem is they get so big so fast and they have no predator because they get so large. That's really the issue. And they're plankton eaters, so they eat the bottom of the food chain and become the biggest thing in the reservoir. See the issue? They're freshwater whales that breed good. Deep frying anything makes it more edible. Like, we normally deep fry all our panfish, so when I was a kid I thought we'd try it with a bowfin, but because I didn't know any better, but literally, like, the meat turned to snot in my hands. They live, at least where I'm here, and Florida's even hotter, but where I'm from, the bowfin, like, when you catch them, they're in 8 inches of 85-degree water. So they're just gross. That sounds terrifying. I hear the same thing about a lot of fish in the South, actually, that they like. I know the crappie guys don't like to eat crappie in the summer because they get soft and they get mushy. But I've never experienced it personally, unlike the bowfin. Yeah. I bet a bowfin, if you caught it in the early spring, would be manageable because water temps would keep its body temp down, which would make the... But I never see them in the spring. I don't know when they get active. It doesn't seem like they really start getting active here till they love that hot, gross, shallow water. They gotta just taste dirty and muddy, like a bullhead. Where do you live that there's not bowfin, Gud? I mean, bowfin live from north, like all the way northern, probably even southern Canada to Florida. They're all up and down. They're definitely in East Tennessee because they're all over in the Mississippi. Yeah, they're definitely in your rivers. For sure, 100%. Do you think that's smart, Balmang? Or just nature doing what it does? Because like by that definition, trees are smart. And I don't know, I've met a lot of trees. They don't seem that bright to me. Trees do the exact same thing. Smart trees. It's the only answer. If the fish are smart, then the trees are geniuses too. Go get some smallies. Where are you at, Nish? It's cooling down here. I'm hoping we get into some smallies tomorrow. We're fishing a river near the Great Lakes, but where I'm at, they can get real hard to find in the summer because they go out to the Great Lakes. Fellord, thank you for the 46 months. But it was good. I'm not like I guess I made a bad point there because I've had this argument a lot. There's so many fish that are poorly labeled as trash. Europeans eat common carp. It's a Christmas dish in countries in Europe. They just have a way to go about preparing it. My buddy's dad used to eat snapping turtle. You take a snapping turtle from like my lake straight to the oven, it's gonna taste like shit. He'd put this fucking snapping turtle in a 55-gallon drum, and he'd get it to bite on a hose, and he'd just fucking clean the shit out of that thing. He'd leave it in there for like 2 weeks and keep changing out the water, keep getting this angry ass snapping type turtle to bite a hose, and he'd leave it in there for like 2 weeks. That snapping turtle tasted good. A lot of things that get labeled as trash fish is because people don't want to put in the extra work that they require. They're more of a headache than another fish. There are very few fish that are actually bad. With the common carp, some people will leave them in a tub for a couple of days in clean water. Same deal, let them clean out. That Raptors and I said at the same time, yeah. Chicago suburbs, nice. Worse than that, Nishville. A lot of people around here, around my area, will kill northern pike on site as if it was a trash fish. It's delicious. Doesn't take any extra work. The problem is it's bony. And because it's a big predator that eats a lot of bluegill and perch and crappie, people kill it because they want to focus on their good fish. But a pike can be prepared in 1,000 ways compared to a fucking bluegill, which you're just going to deep fry. And it's always going to be mediocre at best. Push Asian carp is a delicacy? It's good, Fellord, apparently. I haven't had it yet, but apparently it's very good. Like, and not just hillbillies saying so. Really? You do it with crawfish, too? That's interesting, because I've had crawfish a few times and never found them very appetizing. And it is because they have that muddy taste. Bass can be okay, too. We talked about this the other night with, like, panfish stuff. If you put them all in front of me and I did a blind taste test, I think I could get quite a few right and be in the right ballpark. But they're so close, dude. They're so close together. White fish, as in fish that have a white flaky meat, are all very, very similar. I thought I heard a bell jingle. That must be like a shortened part of its scientific name or something, Nishville. I wonder where that comes from. They're crippies, or crypnids. Something. Crypinidae. Yep, uh-huh. So I bet it does come somehow from that. But yeah, you are right. What's the other one? There's another fish that is exactly that way that we've eaten and heard of as Americans for years. That's real name is disgusting. It's one of the, like, sea bass, I think. Nah, it's not crypnids. Like Chilean sea bass. Yes, that's the one. The Chilean sea bass. Which actual name? Do you know what it is, Synoptics? It's something horrible. The Patagonian toothfish. Which one are you ordering off the menu? Honestly, I'd order the Patagonian toothfish. Yeah. But, like, it's 100%. Little creative rebranding. I wish Russian Fishing 4 would do it. Change their fucking name. Hey, I'm supportive, Lord. Might as well put them to use, man. When I went down to Florida, some of you will remember this, and we went out with a guy who to try to deep sea fish before Justin became a vomit volcano. Who like made an entire living off what are they called? Lionfish? Lionfish, I think they are. The spiky. They washed into Florida. It was a whole deal. They were worried it was going to destroy the ecosystem because no predators. They eat blah blah blah. So like he went out and started killing them per the request, and partly just because he felt like he was saving nature on his own. But then a couple years into it, they're good to eat. Oh my god, they're delicious. All of a sudden they're a craze. They're delicious. All of a sudden he's not just spearing them to save nature, he's spearing them and selling them to Whole Foods and has this whole giant Whole Foods contract. Simultaneously he's getting paid by the fucking Florida DNR or whatever it's called down there, wildlife, game and wildlife, to research them. Grass carp are on a whole nother level. We've had those here for years and aren't really a problem. They actually stock them around my area in certain lakes intentionally to eat grass. I keep swearing I hear a bell go off. The silver carp and the big head carp are the problem because they're specifically plankton eaters. They're filter feeders. And like I said earlier, they eat the bottom of the food chain and then get too big to get eaten by anything else. So they can't, their population can't be controlled, and it does affect the population of smaller fish. At some point, they'll probably be naturalized and the ecosystem will have balanced, but how many species will be lost along the way, who knows? Yeah, hardcore. A lot of places they're around here they're legal to fish. They'll have right on the sign at the lake, like grass carp are stocked to help control algae. You cannot fish for them. Whoa, my friction brake was max there. We've leveled. How many points did I get? 3. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I have no plan. Oh, I should do one of these, probably. I never know which one. I always just use Texas rig, but I don't actually know which one's better. To me, they're like the same damn presentation. But I do use them occasionally. I never use 3-way or drop shot. Wow, guys, you give me grats on my level, but not him. How rude. Only 11 million to go. Level 37. A 4-foot ribbon fish? So you get 2 fish for the price of 1? I caught a pike with a good-sized bluegill in it that was still alive. In its mouth that was still alive. That was my 2 for 1. I've seen a lot of videos online of guys finding floating bass that have giant fish stuck in their mouth, and the bass starts dying because it can't get the fish down and it can't get it out. They basically tried to take one so big that killed them. We've all been there, right? Smart fish, just like the trees. Trees and fish, goddamn brain geniuses. I don't know if I would label any of a fish as bait. No, I just don't think animals are smart, dude. Even the supposed smart ones are like still pretty fucking dumb. What? Smart fish, there he is. They probably think the same thing about me. That's weird, because I'm the one holding them on a hook. Some pretty not smart people. Yeah, still smarter than any dolphin. The dumbest person I've ever met is still smarter than any dolphin I've ever met. Dolphins are assholes, I agree. Like, genuinely think that they enjoy being assholes. And they're curious, therefore dumb. Like, curiosity, man. It's a dangerous thing. Throwing a line with a wallet attached to it? That I might fall for that. When we were teenagers, we would swing on a rope from the sailboat to the pier and beg for money and cigarettes and stuff like that. Which was funny because we're on like a... Well, we did it on both sailboats. Sometimes we were on like a $30,000 sailboat and sometimes we were on like a $500,000 sailboat. Begging. Like pirates. Yeah, see, like, that's just not that smart. Like, it's like one step ahead of a newborn baby. But most fish can't recognize themselves or even have any, whatever it's called, spatial awareness. I love to see underwater video footage of bass hiding. Because, like, a big ass 8-pound bass, giant thing, will try to hide behind, like, a couple of sticks. And in his mind, dude, he's fucking locked in, totally hidden. You'll never see me. But doesn't realize there's 24 inches of fish hanging out behind him. Probably, according to dolphin lovers. Really, it's just big dolphin trying to convince us they're smart. And I'm not falling for it. Yeah, dolphins are quite horny. Now that I can, that's one thing about a dolphin I can, like, understand. Being horny, yeah, I get that. Yeah, and a 2 or 3-year-old can't survive on its own. So, like, dolphins are dumb. Checkmate, dolphins. Yeah, but it's lacking in so many other areas of its life and intelligence. It's it focused too many of its intelligence points on survival and not just, like, speech. Charisma. Hey, Gravis. Yeah, I got a couple okay ones. It slowed way the fuck down, as bellows do. Wish I had another carp rod so I could just throw a third one and just talk to Chad about how much I dislike dolphins. Were you getting bellows, though? Uh, I've had a couple dolphin encounter. Nothing super exciting. I hooked a dolphin. Well, my buddy hooked a dolphin, but I was there. Stole all his line. We rented this house in a bay, and these dolphins kept, like, we'd be sitting out there fishing at night, and these dolphins would get super duper close to us, and then out their dumb dolphin holes and scare the shit out of me. Huh, I haven't gotten very many. And I've been here a minute. The thing is, I haven't used a lot of bleaks. When you said you've used 25 bleaks, that's what I'm like, man, I must be doing something wrong. I've caught like a couple of sterlets, a Russian sturgeon, or stellets, not sterlets, stellets, a Russian sturgeon, an eyed, and a burbot. So I guess I'm getting close to 20 bleaks, but I've been here for like 3 hours. 3 rods, yeah, that helps probably. Oh, you're almost 3 hours too? Okay. Then we're probably pretty close. I can eat those citrals, can't I? If there's not a good reason to sell them. Whoop! Speaking of bell, ding, 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 jingle. I caught 2 back-to-back exactly the same size ones, which was really weird. Nope. The record log in chat was lied. It said the same record twice when they were actually different. Okay, never mind. My cool story, not so cool. I got 5 trophy bleaks yesterday trying to get an order done. I needed like 2 above. I had 5 and I needed 7, and I needed 2 more above like 80 grams or something like that. And I caught 5 trophies in a row instead of getting just like a regular 80 gram. There's another tiny one, or is that an asp? Oh, that's a chub. I'm tempted to try one further down. Just out of curiosity. I know everybody has their set, this is the spot, but I'm just weird. I go against the grain. No, no dolphin touched me or anything like that. I wish it'd be a much funnier story. Though I hear it can get pretty violent. Ladogadoc, yeah. I shouldn't say, I got 5 trophies, not in a row, sorry. I got 5 within like an hour or so. Many other bleaks in between. Sorry, 5 in a row is misleading. But what I meant was, I couldn't get any big ones except trophies. They were either small or trophies. No in between there. I thought I fucked it. Look at the size of that lake minnow. I wish there was a spot to catch asp with these bleaks. I have a ton of bait fish I need to use up. I gotta go somewhere else here soon because this is too slow. The Volgazander were eating them at a decent rate of speed, but they're just not worth shit. There's another big whitefish. Were you all the way down at the end, Gravis? Where I'm at? I've never done much whitefish fishing until today. I think it's the only time I've ever done it with bait fish. I've caught them on accident a lot, trolling in here. You need floating bait fish? You can fish bait fish on a bobber? Shut the front door. Is that a rig option? It is! 134. I just guessed the spot. Yeah, 134. I just guessed. Someone told me around like 130, and I was like, that doesn't look right. What was your clip? 21? There's a special rod, too? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, as well. Yeah. That's what I'm doing, too. The weirdest one for me with bait fish fishing is hook size, because I haven't felt like I've noticed any impact. You can ultralight spoon for whitefish? Man, that sounds tedious. But tempting. There's so many of those fish I'd love to hook up into on an ultralight rod, but I'm just so lazy when it comes to jig stepping. The black bulk. I think I have that one. Don't tell me this. I've got like 3 little spoons, and I think I have that one. This one? Fuck. Just straight retrieve 20? I'll try it for a minute. I got nothing better to do with my life. Oh. 20 speed worse than jig step? Because I don't mind. I'll jig step if I got it. I don't mind. Ultralight's also really weird because all the retrieval rates are so different. They're so slow. Like a 20 on an ultralight is like a fucking 5 on a regular reel. Oh, with the wolf face? Is that a Volkov spoon too? Yeah, I can't. That feels wrong to my brain. I did catch a few fish out here throwing the green wolf face spoon. I think I only have the green and the red wolf face spoon, not black. Can't actually get a jig step with this current and ultralight, huh? If it's a whitefish, I'll fucking die laughing. It'd be tiny. It's a chub. I'll take it. I caught 1 Russian sturgeon and 2 stellets. No, that's why I haven't minded fishing it this time, because normally I come here and throw bleaks and I'm just getting a bunch of zander and eyed and garbage fish that eat all my bleaks and make me angry. But so far it's all been like decent, only one eyed and one burbot, and otherwise it's been decent fish, sturgeon. Rough off Corey Island for char the other day. I haven't had much luck with bait fish on Corey, which is weird because you'd think they'd be killer with all those big old predators. The game doesn't have enough love for bait fish. Though my trophy rate, I was looking at that the other day, my trophy rate with bait fish is like surprisingly high. So it's in a list here somewhere. Yeah, like the number of trophies to fish caught is pretty decent comparing it to other things. Though I bet 15 of those are perch. That's not the point. Oh, hello there, Mr. Those chub are just sitting like right there. At least when I fail a cast, there's a chub waiting for me under this tree. Alright, I'll try a straight 20 again. It's so slow. 22. I wonder if I should clip right to the same hole, the same distance. I feel like the initial drop on a spoon is still like the best. I wonder what the retrieval rate on the ultralight baitcaster is like. Buy it for me, hardcore. I want to know. My chub! Caspian Browns? I found a couple of them the other day. I wasn't out very long, but I found a couple of them. Weirdly up here. I've never even fished up here, but I hit 2 of them in a row up here. Faster for sure, is it? Yeah, because that's the problem with this thing. It's like even at a 50 speed, you can't match the retrieval of your regular spinning reel. Makes throwing bomber casts like that slow, tedious. This river's been weird for me lately. I have not been able to find consistent. This used to be my go-to to make just easy, decent money. Half turn to get what, Gravis? To get jig step? I don't know. People do their shit way different than me, and I don't, like I said, I don't mean to go against the grain, I just don't look shit up. That's the slowest jig step I've ever heard. I didn't even know you could get a jig step going that slow. I've always just done the high speed jig step. 2 cranks, pause. It's always what I've done. Which I can never get it to work with. Well, rarely. I can only get it to work with the ultralight with no current. Yeah, I do that whole cast just to catch that one chub. I mean, could I get it if I went slower? I don't think I can get it on this. Half a turn? That doesn't even move it. How long does it take to land something? That gave me jig step. How long's the pause supposed to be then? This is pain. Like, it's doing the thing, but it's pain. Is that a fish on that thing, or is it just moving? I lost it. How long are you supposed to pause? It's weird because it's such a different action than how I normally jig step. Yeah, it worked for a second, then got the other side of the current, and now it won't work. How long do you pause for, Gravis, when you do a half speed or half turn? There, it's back. It caught something. Way out there. Sorry, that's probably nauseating for you, but I just do it out of sheer ADD. It's been a long time since I've done that. Thanks, Vidar. Hey, setting that weekly record. I'm curious. I'm just gonna clip to 21. I lost it. No. It's so weird. It takes so much focus for me to do this. That's what I don't like. My whole brain has to be involved in this. I don't know how long to pause for. It seems like you don't have to pause very long, which would make my brain not have to focus quite so hard. If I could just find a click rhythm. Does it work with bigger spoons too, Gravis? Like on, you know, the river. Yama. didn't let it sink first. Zan, they were the 84 months. That's a long fucking time. Sweet Christmas. I got all these fishing experts in my chat. None of them ever told me about this. 40 speed 2. That's what I do on Yamato. Okay. That sounds painful. Yeah, it's horrible, Terrafina. Like, uninstall and refund that. I'm definitely not doing a half turn. Because half turn is like that, and that's... pain. 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 They made Chinook's better, I'm pretty sure. I think they reduced the... Used to catch so many of them, like right at 10 kilo. Just enough to fight like fucking hell and give you no money. Ten speed full turn? No, I'm gonna go back to bobber fishing. I can talk and not have to think for a minute. Nice. 69 bottom. Okay, now I gotta ask you, since you're so much better than my entire cumulative chat, is there a technique for Wacky Worm that works for Wacky Worm? I mean, you can get a speed up. You could get a stop and go. But I've caught millions of fish on Wacky Worm. Because of me. Yeah, but you're an expert now. You've done your research. But I've never had a technique when I use Wacky Worm. Drift with current. I did notice drift with current Wacky Worm the other day. For the first time, which was interesting. I'm not sure how I did it. I don't remember, but it seems like it'd probably be pretty effective. Oh, I didn't do it like that. That's interesting. Reel just super slow and let it just float off down the current. Interesting. Let's see if it works. The current here isn't crazy strong. Oh, what color? I swear this is the color I used to like here. Reel to match current speed. I'm not sure how I would know that. Well, I got a fish, but I did not see the words drift with current. Dead west. Ah, you want to cast upstream. And you're just, I see, you're just lifting it off the bottom, which then allows it to float. Super cool, actually, that works. You started like a year ago because of my stream. What level are you now? Have you surpassed me? We got a double down here. Billy, grab the other rod! Just hit 40. Wow. The other one's pulling drag too, it sounds like. Tagara, I think. It's a Tagara or an Overlord. Either way, I'm just trying not to burn it up. I have no idea what's to the right of me or how far I can walk. Swim in the right direction, though. Hi, oil barrel. Dip the reel in the water. Cool her down. How about you just chill for a second? I'll chill, you chill. I won't pull if you don't. Yeah, I have no idea what a big whitefish fight's like, but I would just guess sturgeon at this point. It's not massive, I don't think, whatever it is. Caught a couple of 40-kilo sturgeons, and they certainly ran more consistently with this, unless this is just run into a corner or something. Trying to see how far I can walk down there. Oh, there is a corner there. Been a while. It's a fall to fish this long. Tick, 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 tick. That was a pull. How do you know how far the line is out? So the tension bar at the bottom, you see that little half circle of white? That's half my line is gone. Just a little less than half of my line is gone. Or a little more than half, sorry. The one to the right of that turns yellow sometimes when my reel gets hot from pulling too much drag. But this reel has a lot of line on it, so he's probably 150 meters away or something. I don't remember how much line is on this. Dude, I'd be thrilled if it was an 8-kilo chub. That sounds tight. My guess is like a 28-kilogram sturgeon, Russian sturgeon. The safe guess. I know I Russian sturgeon fished here once before for a while, and I know there's like a mark where they're just obnoxious but don't really run you hard, and I think it's that just below 30 kilos. And I think like 16 to like 30 have all fought pretty samey. We caught that 14 earlier, wasn't anywhere near this long. What other sturgeon could it... A beluga would be bad, right? They don't pay well? For the low sub... Like 50 kilos don't pay very well? I think the beluga I caught ran a lot harder than this. Even when he wasn't very big. Yeah, I don't have the gear to lock and walk backwards. I will snap. My rods aren't big enough. Yeah, I have like 138 kilo beluga. And a couple of smaller ones I've caught. My fucking big one was on like a snatcher out here, I think, trolling a snatcher. Yeah, super bust Gengar. Garbage. IMO. Yeah, I was looking forward to fishing on stream, so instead I played Russian fishing. After that, I gave it like 4 hours too, which was, or 2, more hours than it deserved. I should tweet at him and offer to take the devs fishing, so that they understand how it works. Like $40,000 boats have $800 trolling motors on them, you know? Show them that my $3,500 fishing ski has an $800 trolling motor on it. And how a reel works. I've played both. Fishing Planet is a much simpler game. It's fine. It's a good game, but it's a much simpler game. Doesn't have the depth, but that also means it doesn't have the grind. Has multiplayer, which is cool if you want to see other people fishing. In my opinion, also has a negative of shows you where to fish frequently because people know where to fish and they just go stand in the right spot. It has American fish, which this does not. So if you want to bass fish, if you want to fish for gar, things like that, American fish are in that. But this is the cream of the crop as far as realism and depth. But it's grindy. So if you're looking for something to get through all the content in a reasonable amount of time, this ain't it. Fishing Planet still has a decent grind to it. I got like probably, I bet I got 150, 200 hours in it. I probably finished the content in a lot less than that though. Like, yeah, the grind unfortunately does kill it for some people. I like having a reason to keep turning it back on. Both are free though, so feel free. Um, Fishing Planet does have a better, I should say, a cheaper microtransaction system. So it's a more tempting microtransaction system. If you're like me, it can be hard not to drop a few dollars here and there on gear. The microtransaction system in this is like unusable unless you are yacht wealthy. Which I'm good with because I don't want to spend money. I occasionally pay for their monthly like membership fee every once in a while when I feel like it. But never buy gear in this. Like, I don't want to spend money, but I'm also dumb enough that when something is cheap, I'm like, you know what? I really want to go fish for those tarpon now. What if I just dropped $10 on the game and bought a rod and reel that could do it? I didn't. I don't know if I felt that way, Clockwork. I think I maybe played long enough to really get some good gear, but yeah, premium in this is a trap for new players, 100%. It's only good for like skill leveling, but you'll outlevel your gear. You can't make enough money to justify all the levels you get, even in just basic leveling without premium. Yeah, the angler grind was way too fast. Yeah. No fish. And they got fishing wrong, like all over the place. You can't move when you're fishing. You can't. A bunch of the lures don't work how they actually work in real life, and reels don't work how they work in real life. I don't understand that. Like, before you make a fishing game, buy a $15 reel from Walmart and play with it for 20 minutes so you can understand it. You can't move while you have a line out, even when you're on a boat or anything, Gengar. You can't take one step. You are stationary. On the boat, you're just a state. You can't even move. You're just stationary. I mean, like, to the degree that, one, like, right away with fishing, they teach you how to pump a fish, which, for those that don't know, pumping a fish where you lift the rod and then reel down, lift the rod and then reel down. The biggest fish in that game, I mean, is going to be a lake trout probably at, like, 50 pounds or something like that, maybe? Maybe more, maybe. Anyway, the point is, there's, like, maybe one fish in that game deserving of the pump. I mean, clearly know nothing about inland fishing. And then two, when you get in the boat, it was the first thing I noticed when you got in the boat. It didn't have a trolling motor. I was like, okay, whatever. They didn't want to add trolling. That's too much work, so they just left the trolling motor off. Fair. But then when you get out of the driver's seat to fish, it puts you in the back of the boat. And like anybody who knows literally anything about fishing knows, you fish in the front of the boat. Not the back. Unless you're on deep sea fishing where they don't have a front. But this is that's not what their game is. It's freshwater fishing from a bass boat. You put the net boy in the back, the cameraman in the back. The guy in the back, I fish tournaments all the time. The guy in the back just gets made fun of. He's yeah, it's a very big fish. Probably minimum 50 pounds. So 50-pound fish takes a while to land even in real life. This is a bit extreme. But I'm guessing it's closer to like 70 or 80 pounds. If my quick conversion of pounds to kilograms is correct. Which I've never caught a 70 to 80 pound fish, so maybe this is close. I think the one thing most fishing simulators exaggerate is the endurance of any fish. Stingray, I hear the problem is just getting them. My other rod just got fucking spooled. That will, I don't know how damage and stuff works, but that will suck. Because that thing, I left that thing on a 29 drag. I thought I heard it was pulling drag, but then I went and stood by it and didn't hear drag pull once. It said my line broke too, didn't it? Or what did it say? How the fuck did my line tear and not my fucking leader? I can't believe that thing could have ran me that far. Ran me that far that fast. Because I stood by my pole for so long and it wasn't doing anything. It was... if my setup is right, the leader would break first. Which I usually get it right. But maybe there is a separate saying for when you break the leader, right? That's a motherfucker. Huh. No idea how that happened. I probably just fucked up setting it up when I was changing gear. There goes every dollar I made here, though. In just that right there. Youch. It's not getting any closer yet. It will. Not worn enough to break first. Yeah, it's backwards to what you do IRL, Terrafina. Most people run well, not. It depends on what you're fishing. In this game, as long as your leader is lighter than your line, your leader breaks first. But you have to pay attention to line wear. This bar at the bottom is not just line tension. It's tension amongst all of your pieces of gear. The drag of your reel, your line, your rod, and your leader. Though it's showing how close your weakest thing is to breaking. And seeing as the bar has gotten smaller and smaller over the time, at the moment it's my friction brake that's the weakest thing. As it should be, but gotten much weaker than it started. Can't believe I got hooked into 2 spoolers after sitting out here that long. Not like there's much I could have done. One of them was getting spooled. The longer this fight goes on, I start to wonder if I was right or maybe this thing is over 30. No, we have not gained anything on the fish. The fish still has energy. We won't gain anything on a fish that still has energy. We are literally fighting the fish until it's dead. Yeah, the rod bend is unrealistic in how far down it bends. But the flex at the top and stuff, that's pretty standard. Really, Shadow, I've never, knock on wood, I've never broke a rod under load. '80s rod as in you bought it new in the '80s, or '80s rod as in it was given to you as a gift? You bought it, it was new in the '80s. Okay. Because, like, most of the time people have a rod issue, it's because there was damage that was unseen. But back then, a lot more rods were made out of straight carbon fiber. No. Fiberglass. Now they're carbon fiber and graphite like this is. And they're pretty damn bulletproof when it comes to the bend and the load. I mean, they'll break, but... People still use fiber. There's still a lot of fiber rods too that exist. But they have a weight that they're designated for as well. So, but I've seen a lot of like YouTube test videos, strength test videos and stuff, and seen like fishing rods stop go-karts and things like that. And testing, there's a big difference, like with a lot of things, between subtle or constant pressure and impact. Like the number one way you'll break a rod is either closing it in something or throwing a lure that's too heavy for it, because those rods are whipping at like hundreds of miles an hour at the tip, right? In that tiny little bit at the tip. So when something is way too heavy up there, you'll fucking snap the tip right off the thing. I used to have a steelhead rod when people would say rods can't bend like that I'd get out on stream and bend tip to handle. Should see ice fishing rods. Those little fuckers. I don't know how that works. I have no idea how those fuckers work. I'm so mad that line broke and not the leader. Ugh, that literally just, I mean, that's like $500 line. Yeah, ice fishing rods have smaller diameter than, I don't even know what to compare them to. Smaller than a pen or a pencil, that's for damn sure, all the way down from tip to back. And they can bend all the way over and not bust. They're nuts. Fishing be expensive. In the video game, be a lot more expensive. Real life fishing line is like $6 to $25. Barring like outside of hobby fishing, you're getting into like crazy stuff, tuna and things like that. They probably, I bet they actually don't run that expensive a line. No, RL. The majority of fishing line I run is like $8 to $12. I buy like a spool of $25 line and use pieces of it, but never like, it'll last me a year. Yeah, and it's like someone said about hobbies. It's funny because I bet like commercial, not commercial, but like big time tuna fishermen use less expensive gear in certain areas than bass fishermen. Bass fishermen are like the worst extreme of, you know, we have a $75,000 boat that's only good for one thing, and it's a fish we don't eat. Dude, that's a wet dream for me, punks. That's how I want to die. Heart explode fighting a fish for 3 days. Oh yeah, I should have this fish, barring the just chance pop-off. Yeah, a lot of my family and my friends, we fished because we were poor, and it was a good way to supplement food, especially us kids, because our parents would have us kids fish because they didn't have to buy licenses. Kids can fish for free. Is it really an exploit though? I was never like forced in. It's not really an exploit. If the kid does it of his own volition, even if it's recommended by the parents or the parents took you there, if the parents forced you to fish so you could eat, that would be illegal as well, but in a different way. It's intentional that kids can fish for free, so it's not really an exploit. I am still on this fish, and my other rod got broken off. The fish, while it was sitting there on the ground, the fish ran away with all my line and broke it off. I had two giants on it, didn't even know it. Shame, no. 30 kilometers downriver. How'd they? Well, I guess maybe it's a giant river, but I was gonna say, how'd they keep steering? I guess the no, the bigger boat, bigger fishing guys get. They do. They just drive behind it. Better not. I mean, it's fishing. It can just pop off at any time. It's the adrenaline and the anxiety of it all. There's a guy in my fishing league who every week loses his personal best. If you believe his stories. Last week I called him on his bullshit. I felt bad afterwards, but I guess I get. It's literally been like every single week this year. You wouldn't believe it. And I said, "What? You lost your PB at the edge of the boat?" Well, maybe not my PB, but it was a giant. I don't have 10 hours. This fish has got 2.5 hours, and I'm out of here. Got real fish to catch. Did iron your work shirts now that you're a lead engineer? That's fancy. Why don't you just take them to a dry cleaner? Now that you're a lead engineer. I have never been able to iron well. It seems like such a simple thing, but like, dude, like ironing the front and not creasing the back, and then you flip it over and trying to iron one side of the sleeve and not ironing creases in the other. At least your other fish just got away, Noel. I'm so curious to go investigate. Oh, did you? Okay. Well, I gave you an excuse for why you got shamed, but never mind. You didn't want to run with it. Said you're just a failure. Yeah, but it's still pulling. I wonder if I can even get it around there. I just can't believe I wouldn't have cared about losing the leader and the hook, but it's probably a big sturgeon. It's definitely not fine. It's broken. And I probably burned the fuck out of my friction brake. Which sucks, because that's the Tagara, yeah. This is an Overlord. That other reel that got spooled is a Tagara. I'm pretty sure this is an Overlord. Yeah. Okay, now I think we've hit it on the land. I'm afraid to go down there, though, and have it run further around that corner. But I'm pretty sure it's done, though. And it's on that fucking point right there. No, it's still swimming, eh? Oh, I was not watching my screen. Thank you, Zev. I saw you sub the other day, and I wondered if that was why you were taking advantage of the discount. I think you did it offline. Thank you. If it is done, I don't know the solution. I guess I hope I can walk down here and pull it around the point. Boy, if I don't land this fish either, I'm gonna have had one hell of a day. Oh, this isn't where I thought I was. I thought that was a corner. Still sort of alive. No, I didn't try Ultimate Fishing Simulator 2, because Ultimate Fishing Simulator 1 was junk, and I already paid for that trash. Yeah, I can't believe they made a sequel already. Honestly. I would have thought they would have added more to the first one. The first one had like some pretty big hype when it launched, at least on the like YouTube and Twitch scene, and I think it did pretty well. A lot of co-op streaming and stuff happened with it, but no, it's just green. And looks weird with my headlamp on it. Had my headlamp on because we went through a whole night with this fish. I picked a bad spot to stand. I'm right in the center of that sound bubble. Someone was explaining how game audio works to me the other day as like individual bubbles of sound. And now it's all I can think every time I stand on a spot like this. What did I do that bird? I stood directly where the devs put the sounds generation spot. Let's see what it is. We might get a sneak peek here in the shallows. We know it's a sturgeon. It's tall enough that it's stuck on the ground there. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's a sturgeon. Whoa, buddy, don't come back to life just because you had a little nap on the ground. I guess if you do, swim at me with the last of your life. ocean fishing is tight. I'd like to do deep sea someday, if possible. But I've done some bay fishing and it's fun. It's so painful. I zoomed out. Now we realize how far it really is. How long? No idea. Yeah, I tried to go, and you've probably heard this, Jim, but yeah, I tried to go deep sea fishing, and not even deep sea, just ocean fishing, a few miles out, and the guy I went with got really sick, and the captain was like, nah. And I will say it did scare me a little bit. Like, I've spent quite a bit of time. It's not that big, I don't think. I've spent quite a bit of time on boats and usually do fine, including like sailboats and stuff on Lake Michigan, but could I sit out there in 6 hours in that shit? I don't know. Really, you didn't find that much difference in the fight. I found a tremendous difference in the fight as a freshwater fisherman. Every fish in the ocean is, well, except like the puffer fish. There's a few exceptions, but they're fucking built for speed, man. I just drank moonshine. Oh, you sent me more. Am I winning? I mean, I'm catching this fish, I hope. It's no winning. It's fishing. It doesn't look very big. What kind of sturgeon is that? Experts? Can you tell by its 4 whiskers? And its white underbelly? Russian? That's what I figured. Can I net you from there? Oh. Ugh. Ugh. No, it's a beluga. It's way bigger than I thought. I don't think that's worth shit, and I think I'm really mad now. $15 a month is premium. Or like $3 for 3 days or some shit. So what did I have wrong on this setup? That's a first for me. I've never seen that before. Normally it breaks your line somewhere in the middle bit. Yeah, something that was on this spooled the entire line off. And I have no idea how I had my setup wrong. But I did. That's not heavy enough, is it? That probably is with that friction brake now. Yeah, new line. I gotta reclip it. I've had a lot of broken lines in this game. And I've never had the entire spool taken. The whole goddamn thing. I don't know how long that fight was. Could not tell you. I did check the reel. I mean, I got one in 3 hours. I'll hope there aren't more. But you're right, I should probably move. Maybe I'd have to start the retrieve earlier. Well, damn it, fish. Is that too slow then, Gravis, or too fast? Damn it, fish. Either way, I'm upset at how well it's working. I'm too far out in the middle. Oh, is the angle relevant? If you do it directly at you in a boat, it's probably the easiest way, huh? Oh yeah, I drift all the time on donuts with whack A's. Do it all the time anyway. I believe you that it will work, so I don't need to do it anymore. Green. I like the color green. Listen. I like the color green. Listen. I got 2 hours to kill. I didn't let it hit the bottom first. This one's free, and so is Fishing Planet. They're both very good. So no excuse not to play a fishing game, honestly. Oh yeah, that's the dumb chub that might be sitting here. I don't care about him. I mean, you don't have to spend a single dollar on this game. So it's free if you want it to be. There's very few games that have a pay model that it truly doesn't feel necessary to spend money. Because it's kind of counterproductive as a company. How many states have I fished? Don't know. Never counted them up. 8 to 10? Yeah, what's money do for you there though, Merciano? Like what are you gaining out of money at level 30? Like I have 3 skill points and I don't have anywhere I like genuinely care to put them at the moment. Yeah, I'm with you, Crimson, honestly, like, and I think that there are too many fucking people out there. The small, I mean, they're doing what is wanted, or what's wanted, but the small group of people I know that stream this game regularly and play this game regularly, there's something against them, are constantly, like, discussing the min-max, and it, you can probably find a way, maybe you can find a way to have fun that way too, but I think it's so bad for the average player. Like, just fish and do what you want, and you'll get stuff done. You were directed to me when Lobos up on. I don't know anything about Lobos' Discord. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's frustrating for me because I don't think it's subjective. I don't think saying that you have to spend money on this game, unless you're going to clarify, I have to spend money on this game. In this case, I is you. Like if you found that at level 30, you had to spend money to have fun, that doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't mean that it's a freemium game. I would advocate against spending, and I know that nobody ever listens to me, but like there is literally no reason to have premium until you like truly understand why you're buying it. The majority of people just buy it because they think I'm leveling faster. That's so irrelevant, does nothing for you, does not help. All it does is make you have lakes unlocked that you don't have the gear to fish. Like, the real benefit of premium is crafting. Skill leveling and crafting. I shouldn't have said crafting. Skill leveling is skill leveling. The experience benefit is almost irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Because the difference from level 36 to like level 40 is hundreds of hours. It's with or without premium, it's a fuck ton of time. So like like Crimson said, you have to love the game. Like hardcore is level 45 or something like that. You don't get there. Like no amount of spending money gets you there. That's just a passion to fish. There's a fish on here? I was just about to leave. Why would you do this to me? The reason it frustrates me though, like, it's no shame against the guy I was talking to, but the reason it frustrates me though is because, like, I feel like a lot of people get to a point with this game where they go, man, the grind has gotten too slow. Like, level 30 is what he said. Like, and really, I understand what he's saying. It's just, I have the same problem. I do it with games all the time where I play through its lifespan and the only thing left I have to tell people is the bad part and not the, like, I'm at 1,000 hours, you know? If I were to today decide, man, I'm just sick of the Russian fishing 4 grind, it's taking forever, that means it took me 1,000 hours to fucking get there. And that game deserves all the love and praise. Yeah, but it's hard to tell people sometimes. It's easier to express the bad in things than the good, I think, and we see it a lot with everything. Yeah. But I do always state there is a hell of a grind if you're gonna commit to seeing it all. It's still a relevant point, absolutely. But it is hard. There's so many games I've played to death on stream, and I feel like all I've got left is like the bad memories of them. The why I got burned out, the what went wrong. It's just like WoW players, right? WoW players always have this constant idea, and I mean, classic WoW releasing, I think, kind of proved it, like how successful classic WoW was for what, a couple months. In everyone's head, WoW went to shit. And many of you sitting here will still believe that, because the other alternative is, I'm just sick of WoW. And that alternative is a lot harder to swallow. I have not played PoE. I played Diablo 3 and realized that genre is just not fun for me anymore. Same deal. I think it's not the game, none of the game's faults. Diablo 3 was garbage when it released. We can all agree on that. But it's just not the genre for me anymore. To last as long as you can. It really is. I like your name too, Bleaks OP. Yeah, man. Especially as a streamer, dude. I've been doing this for 9 fucking years. My love for video games isn't there like it used to be 9 years ago. Sure, I still like, dude, I still have great fuck yeah moments in video games, but 9 years ago, me, the situation that just happened over there with that rod and reel, the line breaking, the fish sucking, I didn't even get upset, dude. I just, yeah, like, I mean, I think at one point I said, fuck, that sucks. The highs and the lows just aren't what they used to be. Thank you for the 6 months in advance for more RF4. I hope I can play. Yeah, a lot more. I'm excited to see what their next lake is gonna be. It's been a while. Part of that's just getting old. It's not just getting old. It's burning out, man. It's burning out on something you used to find joy in is inevitable. People ask me all the time what it's like to play video games for a living, and like I'm in the end, like the downswing of my career, no doubt, right? Like some of you are old enough to remember when I was actually fairly successful, but the old adage of find something you love, you'll never work a day in your life is bullshit. It's a lie. I absolutely loved video games. I absolutely love streaming. And trust me, I've worked many days. What really happens is if you turn something my new adage is if you turn something you love into your job, you'll end up hating it. Aw, no, it's good, punks. It happens, man. Like, I'm getting old, dude. My stories aren't as exciting as they used to be. I got my stories now are about like annoying moms at cheerleading. I'm so grateful for the time I've had on Twitch, dude. I know that no matter how long it lasts, I will always look back on it as many missed opportunities and the luckiest years I had. For those that don't know me that well, I'm a high school dropout with a felony. So the fact that I got to do much more than work a dead-end job is pretty tight. Sealed except when it's unsealed. In the eyes of law enforcement. From a tiny town, like let's just say my opportunities and my motivation were very low, so very grateful, and I had some really awesome years, and I've established an okay life for myself. I'm not the like story you read in the newspaper about streamer and his Prada sweatpants, right? But like, I've certainly done better than I ever expected to, and I'm only 34, so. I don't know what I'll do when I quit streaming stuff. I really don't have a plan. I'm not that worried about it. I'm like a classic grinder type, you know? I'll figure it out. That's that uneducated hillbilly and mentality. We didn't have career paths and plans, and I'll fucking figure it out. Yeah, I am still a full-time streamer. I mean, I don't stream as often as I used to. I'm trying really, really hard to get back to full-time hours. My daughter's back in school, so I think that helps a lot. Because she's got to stay on a schedule, so I've got to do a better job of matching that. 401ks, we ain't heard of them. Yeah, I'll go. My schedule will continue to go back and forth between nights and days, nights and mornings. I think. I really wish I could make it in the daytime, but the audience, not just like numbers, but the people are so much better at night. I don't know. I just think they're more my people. I don't even know that it's kids because school and stuff has started back up as much as like give me the misfits that stay up all night and the Europeans, not. Yeah, I understood the objective. Good for Scotch. I wonder where he's going. That seems like, never mind. I was about to, like, dad Scotch, and I don't need to do that. No TTS spam? Yeah, no. Austin's a mess? Well, so the thing about moving is, never mind. What is the deal with the line here? Is that the shadow? I never noticed how awkward that is. Be with his friends in Austin? Well, I hope that he's smart enough to have planned ahead. And that it goes well for him. I know he doesn't love Alaska. Yeah, it looks like I have a line hanging off the bottom of my line. It's very weird. Yeah, I played D&D when I was a kid. And Star Wars pen and paper, and even tried Vampire for like a half a day before I made fun of all my friends for being super into Vampire. I remember those days, Templar. See, I'm a bitter old man who's been around too long. Like, I remember those days. I remember when I had streamer friends. Let me tell you. They come and they go. Planning your life around them is a scary concept. He is a very cool dude. He's a very good kid. That's why I worry about him like a dad. That's it, punks. It does, and it changes regularly, right? Like, uh, I know some people had. I've seen. I hate talking about my other friends because it can sound negative, but I know there was some negative talk towards Apollo when the Among Us group stuff came out, but it was insanely successful for me. Been a fool not to follow it, and if that meant less time with his other friends, so be it. Like, anybody who doesn't support that is a shitty friend anyway. Uh, go do what's best for you, man. We're just like that's the part I was mentioning about streamer friends, right? Like we constantly change and move who's who and streaming together is good when it's beneficial, but I have very few real like, you know, uh friends who will just come hang out on the stream because they want to hang out. It's when it's beneficial for both of us. And that's Twitch in a nutshell. When a better opportunity comes along, you're going to take it. And it's not bad, because, like, how many of you keep your job because of your coworkers? Yeah, Jasky and I are supposed to play that deck builder. Jasky is like the one guy that I think would just about show up if I asked him, and vice versa for anything. Don't tell anybody, but he's my favorite. He's the pride of New Zealand, after all. And Twitch is... I can't imagine that all of Twitch is super oblivious to, like, the friend structures of Twitch, but it feels like it regularly, but it's probably just those who ask questions. But, like... I bet there's not a single person in here bringing this up that knows how I met Dumb Dog. The true origin story of that entire group of friends. Or how Dumb Dog and Justin met. But it is part of streaming. There's 98 layers of hell. You missed the origin story? You probably didn't and just weren't aware of it, I guess. But it's a complicated metagame of trying to manage stream friends and not offend somebody, rub somebody the wrong way, ride the wrong coattails. Lancey is in the right ballpark. It was PUBG related, but so this is it, right? Like, so the real like idea of these friend groups and them falling apart or separating for a while, whatever the fuck. I was playing PUBG with pause unpause. He invited HC Justin. I invited Cobalt Streak. Pause left. Cobalt invited Dumb Dog because he streamed with Northern Lion. Now, the complicated part of that is Pause, Apollo, me, and Justin went on to spend like 7 months playing PUBG. Cobalt didn't. But Cobalt introduced us to Dumb Dog. Eventually, Pause is gone. And then we have a rotating fourth pretty regularly. Co-Star and Jasky and Chiblee. Eventually, I'm gone. So it's a really complicated structure. And are people offended? Abso-fucking-lutely. Does it hurt people's feelings? All the fucking time. Are we all doing what's best for us? Hopefully. But the PUBG origin story and that whole friend group is pretty funny because, like, only a couple of us knew each other and none of us knew each other together. And it turned into, like, multiple years of what was mutually beneficial for most, you know? A lot of people don't know Jasky and Chiblee both were viewers of Pause Unpause and started streaming off that fact. The whole business of it, especially in the smaller streams, the under 2,000 viewers, a lot of it is like borderline, I used you to get here. Yeah, Punks, you're one of the few that's been through most of it. And you came to me after that, right? Through Justin and Pause and them? The Justin and Pause side? Yeah. How is Pause? I have not talked to him in quite some time. I hope he's well. If you, I don't think so with how long you've been subcommit. Maybe. Were you after PUBG? When I played PUBG? It's really hard to work with people. It's Baru's like Baru and I had a really good friendship for many years, and a lot of people don't know that Baru, like, this is again the complicated side of things, right? Baru tried to transition out of Borderlands 2. That was what he was. He was a Borderlands 2 YouTuber turned streamer. That was what he was. He was struggling and not doing well. Better than most, but still not doing well. Less than 1,000 viewers. Came to me about joining the Isaac tournaments. And within like 3 years of that, he became indie variety and all kinds of variety and is a multi-millionaire. Was it because of me and Isaac? Probably not. He's good at what he does. Was I some stepping stone in his road to success? Absolutely. A lot of people get offended about being that stepping stone. You just can't, though, man. As long as I've been doing it, you just can't. Is it because they're jealous? Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, I don't believe any human being isn't jealous. I don't. I think that anyone who says they are is above that is lying to themselves. Gonna have some crazy mental breakdown eventually, and that is most of Twitch, Goldini. Yeah, if you really walk through step by step, and mine is Cobalt. right? Like, I was doing okay on my own. And I really did start without knowing a single person on Twitch. Not a soul on Twitch. I'd never watched it. Nothing. I'd started streaming as a way that me and my brother could see what we were doing. Him and I started racing Isaac through this website, and you had to be live so they could make sure you weren't cheating. And I had like a couple hundred viewers, and I was like too afraid to even sub to Cobalt's channel because I didn't want to look like I was trying to steal viewers or get a name drop or any of that shit. And instead of trying to get into the Isaac races that were already going on, I started my own. And that's when Cobalt showed up and was like, you know, hey, I might be interested. What do you think? Kind of deal. And then the rest is history. Years of working together. Cobalt was much bigger than me, took a huge long shot gamble on me that I would attempt to pay it forward. And there is some hope that when you help somebody out in this world, that they're gonna get bigger and continue to help you out. Bauer did that with me for years after. We streamed things like Stardew, and there was another one we did. The fucking base defense game. Him and I, we didn't stream together, but we talked in Discord and planned that after we both saw our first day numbers, we said, all right, now the two of us are going to be live until we can't take it anymore. And we did. Alternated like 12-hour shifts, overlapping like 12, 14-hour shifts until we couldn't take it anymore. There's a lot more of that going on behind the scenes than people realize, even if they're not streaming together. Yeah, they are billions. It does get hard, though, man, because, and I think a lot of it gets hard for me because of how much of it is, like, talked about as just streamer friends. Fuck that. I will say, Justin, Jasky, Apollo, Pause, those guys, like, they were just streamer friends. They were just friends. To me, they were just friends. Like, how they viewed me, I can't say it. I don't know because I'm not them, right? I'm going to jump back to town real quick. But that was at a time where I was coming off Isaac and I was just burnt out, and they were just people to hang out with that made the day go by faster, and I had a lot of fun hanging out with them. I would have played whatever the fuck they were playing, didn't give a shit about the viewership, and we did. We played Codenames and PUBG and whatever the fuck. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, punks. I don't know. It's a two-way street for sure. I think you're close there with the it's not just about bothering each other though. It's about trying to seem needy. You know what I mean? And that's like me and the boys. Like there's no falling out or anything like that. Nothing that I know of happened as much as I got busy. And they're only going to ask so many times. I'm only going to ask so many times. And that's that. You know? Yeah, I just played it not that long ago. We're doing all right, Dreams. We had a weird one where we hooked into a beluga on one rod, and the other rod went off, and I thought it'd be fine. And the next thing we know, line is snapped, which I don't know how, because I thought my leader was right. And it stole all of my line. All of it. Not 1 meter left. There's no line left there. I've never seen that before. Have you? Oh, that beluga was worth more than I thought. Damn. You know, we didn't do bad. That's... Okay, we didn't do great. I should have just done one of these real quick. We didn't do great, but we didn't do bad. We've definitely done worse. Oh, that wasn't bad either. I want to look at drying some of those maybe. What are they worth? $3? $4? Wait. I don't know what size you dry. Yeah, I didn't see a single cafe order for me. Oh! You were around when Koal had 10 to 30 viewers max? Really? Boy, I wonder what that was like. Did Ko start off LO? He set up his PayPal and his Nightbot. Huh. I slept in his bed, where he slept naked, so I win. Maybe. I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm not feeling much like a winner here. Typical competitive. Yeah. Gotta be competitive. I was there when he proposed. Oh, it was definitely Ko's boost, yeah. And it's funny because now everyone saw it, or for years everyone saw it the other way. The coalition and LO joining that and stuff like that. Like everyone saw it the other way. But you can only do so much. There were a lot of streamers along the way, including some real life friends and some friends I met online that like I tried to help when I was naive. Not that I can't help someone to a degree, but you can't just make someone successful. You just can't force it. What sizes? That's like a $3 a piece meal plus the salt. That's pretty expensive. He could also just be completely lying, chat, and we'd have no idea. That's the internet. It's a glorious place. Carnage is designed to stream. Like, I don't remember what he went to school for and stuff, but it's basically like, and what he did for a living. He told me one time, and I was like, Jesus Christ, your whole life led up to this. Oddly specific person. Yeah, no, it's not about calling him a liar. It's just like, that's the fun of it all, right? Like, to a degree. Because, yeah, like, I always joke when I'm with Baru that ask how his dad is and stuff, because there was a night in Texas. That's a song or something, huh? There was a night in Texas where Baru met up with me. He didn't want to go to the convention because he's Baru. And he met up with me with his dad because his dad drove him there. And we spent like 4 hours discussing his career with his dad. And like steps he should try to take, which is super funny to me because now he's just like makes more in a month than I make in a year. Old LAMG. Those are the old days too where nobody talked. Nobody talked. Everything was a secret, which was why I did well. That was my shake it up Richard Hammer. Like the reason not only did I do well audience-wise, but why I did well with like staff and other streamers and stuff like that was this. Who the fuck's this guy that's willing to just lay it all out on the line and say it all and not be afraid of what people think about it? And be an asshole at the same, like, to other, like, call people out for their bullshit and their drama. Because, yeah, like, LAMG was a mess with some serious, like, fucked up. If it happened today, drama would have absolutely been a twit longer. I won't air it because it's not my drama, but it was the day. And Lethal Frag is a super interesting one to me because we don't know each other that well. He constantly shows me a lot of love, watches, and we play a lot of similar games. But we never really knew each other that well because it was just after, and a lot of people don't know why, but it was just after that LAMG stuff with Cobalt, which Cobalt had joined and then it shortly thereafter died. No, not because of him, that I know of anyway. I wasn't a part of it. So yeah, there was always this like weird, I'm not sure if we're friends or not thing between me and Lethal because of all the LAMG drama. But yeah, like Lethal and I are like kind of the two polar opposites of the spectrum. He's pretty close to the cuff, straight-laced dude when it comes to how he streams, and I was the like complete fuck. A lot of people won't know if you know who Cobalt Streak is. When he started, or when I started, he tried not to swear and did dances and always wore, he's wearing the hats again, which I think is good. Always wore his silly hats, and he tried to be PG, and it was hilarious. And then I came along and we started working together. He didn't really have a choice but to join in on my shit because I'm gonna say fuck, talk about my dick and come, and now I think he says come more times than I do a day. I'm so proud of him. He's come a long way. Oh, he's the only person on Twitch I've never unsubscribed from. And I never will. I did ruin a wholesome boy. Or I unlocked his full potential. Let him unleash the full load. Alright, we can stop with a cum reference. That's why you really can't take credit for any of it, though. Like, did I have an impact on the way he behaved at that moment? Yes. However, had it had a negative impact on his audience and viewership, do you think it would have continued? No. So at the end of the day, he made a choice, and it is who he is. Cobalt is exactly who he is on stream all the time. It's amazing. There are some streamers who are nothing like themselves. Thank you, Carbine. Was it on that bed you slept and got pie all over? Cream pie? Remember when I creamed him in the face and it exploded all over the room? I'm probably catching a fish, but I'm looking at something really quick. Well, that's too big. Anyone remember this? When Cobalt got his first cover on Brazzers? It's frozen yogurt. But I do love that anytime I want that picture, I can just Google Cobalt Brazzers and it comes up. Saving all for blackmail, good call. Now is probably the time, bro. Just saying. Like, we don't know each other that well, and I like Co a lot. But now's probably the time. And then, like, 3 years from now, when we're having this exact conversation, I can be like, you remember that time Co Carnage got blackmailed? Yeah. The guy came into my stream the night before, and I was like, now's the time. What we did back, I don't think it's that much difference, Raptors. It's just another day, a different, I mean, Scott just shaved his head, like. And I'm not trying to talk shit to Scotch. That's just always been Twitch, you know, like. I'm just mad because my viewers and Cobalt's viewers, the only thing they've said no to me doing for subs was eating a pack of cigarettes. And I thought that one would have been funny. But they wouldn't let me. People get fucking horrible tattoos and stuff. During a Twitch sponsored stream where they were, or not sponsored, front page stream, I snorted pixie sticks for a sub goal. In order to hit enough, probably shouldn't say this one, but there's only like 300 of you here, so I'll say it anyway. In order to get enough subs to get a better contract from Twitch. Because I had talked to a staff member that day. Thanks, Jen. Ow. It wasn't about as much the pain as like I'm not trying to say it hurt or woe is me, just the fact that I got away with doing that on Twitch is pretty funny. I offered to do it because at that point I had done it like 150 times. We did like the cinnamon challenge that day. All these things that I know they've like straight up banned. Because they're dangerous and dumb to do for money. Yeah, it was the same kid, Simple Observer. It's just what kids did in school. We didn't do hard drugs. We snorted Smarties. To impress the girls or whatever. I did all kinds of dumb shit for like small amounts of cash too when I was a kid. Is it you being that never stops buying lures and then complains about how broke he is? Is that you? Are you that guy? I forgot. I know we had that guy. But yeah, it's been a wild ride, man, on Twitch for 9 years. That's for damn sure. The ups and downs, the drama, the bullshit. You just passed 4,000 hours, Raptors? And Raptors, you're the one that never buys premium and just grinds forever? That's you, right? To me, you're just all one fishing conglomerate. $4,000. You had some premium? But like 4,000 hours. These are all baby dinky fish. Only game I've put 4,000 hours in is maybe WoW. Maybe. I'm not even sure if that's accurate. I don't think I have 4,000 in Isaac, do I? $1,900 and 2,000. Yeah, I do. I have just over 4,000 hours between both Isaacs. Though a lot of that's AFK time, but so is your fishing. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, I got lots of games that 1,000 plus. Including this. League and Han and... Oh, I bet I had 4,000 hours in Halo, if you count all the games together. Last of Us has multiplayer? It was amazing. It can't be that. I'm sorry to tell you, Prowler. Last of Us multiplayer can't be that good because I've never heard of it. I don't live under that much of a rock. Yeah, but Smite's still populated today, and I'd still say it's a dead game. Yeah, I'm not doubting the existence of things. Just it was amazing. 4,000 hours worthy. You know what? You found your passion, and I'm proud of you. Well, this sucks. Get out of here. What a mess, dude. What a mess. I'm going to offer to take them fishing, and then maybe they can update it and turn it into an actual fishing game. You have a look at the size of that perch. Wait, does current go the other way on donuts? No. I'm just noticing this, but I think the current always goes to the right. Someone on a radio in there. Anyone know how far it is to that 6-meter hole from here? I want to throw fish in it. As far as like fishing and depth of gameplay, yes, absolutely. Way better. Anyone know how far that is? Somebody's got to know. I don't remember the website for the little map thing that tells you how far things are. 17? That seems close. Too close. Way too close. Maybe you're right. Nah, 17 seems way too close. You have 8,000 hours in a mud? That's impressive. A lot of idling. Yeah, I mean, that's muds. $45 meters? That seems right. Is that from the dock or from the shoreline, Templar? Oh yeah, are you fish 4? From the dock. This little short one here. Or there's a big one? .ru. 45 meters. Points at Z-hole. Fire! Ooh, I can't hit 45 meters with that weight on. I'm not on the main boat dock, no. I'm on this little dock to the right of it. People always want them to add it when they come into my chat, and then I say, what's wrong with you and your brain? How would that be fun for anyone? Okay. Is the water going left? Dude, the graphics look like it's going left, not right. Oh, it's the wind, I think. Which actually happens and is super disorienting in real life, too. The top of the water will be blowing one way, the fucking current underneath's going another. I do fish in real life, yes. I'm going to a tournament in an hour. Main type, I guess I've done a lot of bass fishing tournaments this year, so we'll say that. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people who likes to do a little bit of everything, so I'm not very good at any of it, but I enjoy fishing. That's exciting and cool. I would love to fish. I have not gotten to Bass Fish Texas. I did a fishing road trip and fished with a bunch of viewers a couple years back, but we didn't get to go to Texas. We went down to Florida, though. Yeah, August in Texas sounds bad. Did he ask me to do that, Templar? I didn't pay attention to that. I get distracted. Yeah, my brother just moved to Fresno last year. Came back to visit and was like wearing sweatshirts when it was 70. And I'm in Michigan, so the the human body is wild and it adjusts. It's especially funny in Michigan because we have all the seasons. So, like the first 60-degree day of the year, people will be driving around in convertibles and on Harleys and wearing shorts and sleeveless shirts and acting like it's fucking 80 degrees out. But you feel that way. You feel like it's that warm because you're just coming off being fucking frigid all winter. Yeah, Jimmy's in Fresno. You didn't have AC growing up? That idea just blows my mind. Like, I grew up incredibly poor. Like, donation food from churches poor. And we had a window shaker, dude. Frequently our power went out and we didn't have anything, but like, if our power was on, we had a little window air conditioner going. You better fucking believe it. Oh, I know that, Judgment. I'm worldly now. Worldly. That's where you respond, sweating sucks, because it does. Can't afford AC. I don't know. A different world, man. We'd go find a fucking old windowed air conditioning unit at a junkyard. Clean that bitch up. What are you? Crucian Carp. I haven't seen one of you in years. Yeah, we don't get... I mean... In my opinion, it gets fucking hot here. But to the rest of the world, the majority of our summer we sit in like low 80s. With like the occasional, like 4 or 5 days a year tops that hit like 90s. Heat index of 100 type deal. Well, this isn't working either. Did I pay for my trip? Nope, lost money. I wonder if I could get anything to eat. What do I have? I don't know if there's anything here on Corey, actually. Ruffs? I wonder if I could get anything to eat my ruffs on Corey. Japan's so small that it's funny to think about splitting it up. As an American, where our country is ridiculously big. I don't know how far that hole is either. What was it? rufish.art. Wait, no, not that. No. Fish. I can't read anything here. How do I know? How do I get anywhere? I can't. It's all in Russian. Oh, I changed it to English. How do I see the map? Oh, interactive map. That doesn't work. What are you showing me? This website makes no sense. I'm not going to donate because I'm confused. Rough Daddy. Pretty sure there's roughs out here. Hope I'm right. Damn it. I don't know that I've been on the island since it changed. Yeah, Wani, I don't know how that works. That's what I've always said, but everyone tells me never includes that. But that's how I feel, too. I'm just pushing buttons at this point. Water body world record zebra mussel. The fucker may not have hit the bottom yet. Wait, I'm going too slow. Who's this? Why doesn't it work here like it did on the river? Aww. Huh. I spent like an hour catching a fish earlier in this. So I feel for that man. I guess I could just look at what's... Well, there's 1,000-kilogram fish in this. So yeah, some of them can take a long time. I wish the dude in River Monster just fight a fish for like 4 hours. And then have his bicep fall off. But yeah, I've said that a lot. In a river or lake, the odds of fighting a fish that long and not having it just find some tree or rock or something to break you off on are incredibly low. Exactly 1 kilo. Huh. I don't get why I can't get jig step here. Unless it's just that I'm immediately dragging up the ledge. Yeah, I think that's all it is. Or the opposite, I'm dragging it off the ledge. And then there's a short gap there on the bottom. Yeah, I still have no idea how that man managed to catch like a 3-kilo char or chub at his level. Yeah, it's got a lot more mechanically. Said the depth of the game is a lot greater in this than Fishing Planet. But the biggest thing this game offers, like for I think true fishermen, is dynamic fish. Fishing Planet supposedly is doing more of that, but I don't think anyone is doing it as well as RF4. The fish are constantly changing and moving, and what they are interested in and where they're living. Still, while maintaining mostly realism in like their positioning in the water column and stuff like that. Because the problem I had with Fishing Planet was, especially with the multiplayer, once you learned where the fish was and what bait to use, you could catch the same trophy every single day. These devs are like so passionate, dude, to sit and like and fuck their fans, which I appreciate, because if a spot gets hot and people start talking about it, then not even when people start talking about it, they can see it. When a spot gets hot and starts making crazy money, they jump on that motherfucker and move those fish around, which is great. These devs work very hard to keep their player base grinding. Between the moving around fish, paying attention to dollar per hour that people are earning, and setting the pay to win at a price tag that only billionaires can afford. It's a game that'll give you years of playtime. Yeah, but realistically, if everybody in the world is fishing the same hole that's super hot, the fishing population's going to struggle, right? So I think they have a leg to stand on with even making certain fish just go away for a while, which some have, like genuinely can either, if they don't go away, they get so hard that the community can't find them consistently, or so spread out, so thin that the community can't find them consistently. Oh my god, it's 4 o'clock in the morning? I did not realize. I'm off to a fishing tournament. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate the conversation, the money, you know, the things you do for me. Hopefully I can catch some hogs today, win some more money. But I gotta get shit loaded in my car. Grab a little snacky poo. Thank you, chat. Hopefully we do well. We've only got 3 left on the year, so it's a river that we're pretty familiar with. So we should at least catch some good fish. Will it be enough? I don't know, but we haven't won there yet this year. We fished there twice already and haven't won yet, but we do well, just not well enough. Everyone does well is the problem. The lakes we tend to win are the ones where everyone struggles. Both our winning bags have been the smallest winning bags of the year, but it's because everyone else just can't find fish at all, and we managed to find 5. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. That's probably a lie, seeing as I've been up since 4 p.m. and it's 4 a.m. and I'm about to go fish. I might be back tomorrow, but if not, Monday. Love you.